de trabajar en el mundo vivo dentro y fuera de Costa Rica, tomé la decisión de independizarme. Si quieren hacer la matemática, empecé a trabajar cuando me puedan calcular todo la edad. Y bueno, cuando empecé este negocio de Sandler, es una franquicia internacional de Estados Unidos, y esta franquicia se dedica a entrenar personas y empresas que quieren cambiar significativamente sus ingresos, mejorarlos de manera notable. Cuando empiezo a hacer esto, empiezo a trabajar con personas y empresas y empiezo a darme cuenta que unas personas avanzan mucho más rápido que otras, y como tengo una gran pasión por mi trabajo, en aquel momento decidí emprender un viaje hacia el conocimiento interior, a entender el comportamiento humano y a ver por qué hacemos lo que hacemos y por qué unas personas pueden avanzar con tantísima facilidad en la vida y otras tienen un poquito más de reto. En este proceso empecé a capacitarme en los temas del subconsciente, y hoy lo que quisiera es compartirles lo que en estos 6 años he aprendido muy rápidamente sobre este tema. No sé si han escuchado que los seres humanos somos 3% conscientes, 97%. ¿Esto qué significa? Significa que vamos por la vida en piloto automático la mayor parte del tiempo. Creemos que tenemos nuestra vida bajo control y que realmente ya hemos estado donde asustan, que somos expertos en lo que hacemos, pero la verdad es que el 100% del tiempo nos comportamos en piloto automático. ¿Cómo se maneja este piloto automático? ¿Quién es el que maneja este avión? El nervioso central, pero a su vez este es manejado por el sistema de creencias subconscientes. Entonces, eso significa que hay una cantidad de cosas que nosotros podemos hacer laboral o en nuestra vida personal que están predeterminadas por una programación temprana que nosotros no elegimos. Por ejemplo, si nacimos en una familia de clase media y entonces unos sueños muy grandes y unas grandes aspiraciones, y de pronto digan, no, mijita, aterriza y la vida cuesta mucho. O de pronto, no sé, una persona que nace en un hogar humilde y que ve que todo es esfuerzo y sacrificio, o una persona que nace en un hogar próspero y entonces aprende que prosperar es fácil. Estas cosas que nos dicen los adultos que nos cuidaron se graban directamente en nuestro subconsciente antes de los 6 años de edad. De ahí en adelante, lo que vamos grabando es poca información en el subconsciente. Podemos aprender cosas nuevas, pero las creencias que se forman en esa edad tenemos que aprender a cambiarlas para ganar control sobre nuestro destino. Y eso es lo que les voy a contar el día de hoy. Entonces, ¿cómo sucede esto y cómo se ven las creencias en el cerebro? Son patrones mentales. Los patrones mentales son grupos de neuronas que se utilizan recurrentemente. Entonces, quiere decir que si yo tengo una creencia formada, por ejemplo, sobre si puedo confiar en los demás o no, el mundo está basado en la confianza, ¿no? Tenemos que confiar en toda la gente que nos rodea para poder avanzar. Pero si en mi sistema de creencias yo he aprendido que no puedo confiar en las personas, y cada vez que, por ejemplo, tengo que delegar algo en mi empresa, entonces viene mi patrón mental que me dice no puedo confiar en los demás. Entonces, como si yo quiero ganar relaciones de confianza con mis colaboradores, por ejemplo, ¿qué tengo que hacer? Bueno, tendría que empezar a ser consciente de mi subconsciente. ¿Cómo logro esto? Tengo que convertirme en observador de mi persona. O si, por ejemplo, no sé si han visto personas que tal vez son adictas al conflicto, adictas al drama, o se sienten víctimas, culpan a los factores externos de todas las cosas que les suceden. Todos hemos visto este tipo de comportamientos. Entonces, supongamos que en mi sistema de creencias yo me creo una víctima subconscientemente. Entonces, cada vez que voy a tomar una gran decisión, de pronto me atrapa el miedo. ¿Cómo hago para liberarme de ese patrón mental? Y cuando va a suceder, cuando se va a conectar este grupo, se los voy a mostrar. Esos son patrones mentales que suceden en nuestro cerebro. Cada vez que se conectan estos mentales, se liberan unos químicos que se llaman neuropéptidos. Y resulta que estos químicos son adictivos. Entonces, las personas somos adictas a los estados emocionales que hacemos todos los días. Entonces, por eso es que la gente empieza a recrear más situaciones que producen los mismos patrones mentales para poder liberar los mismos químicos en el cerebro a los que somos adictos. Entonces la persona que se cree víctima, por ejemplo, siempre va a un trabajo y se encuentra con un jefe porque su adicción química lo obliga a crear una vez y otra vez y otra vez situaciones que puedan satisfacer su adicción química al neuropéptido específico que se produce cuando esta persona se siente una víctima. Y entonces vemos que la gente repite una y otra vez las mismas experiencias y entonces la vida nos parece un poco difícil. ¿Cómo haríamos para que esta persona se libere de este patrón mental? Cada vez que se va a sentir víctima, esta persona tendría que ser capaz de reconocer el patrón cuando se va a conectar, disociarse o volverse un observador de sí mismo, es decir, ya yo no quiero ser esta persona que se siente víctima. Las relaciones neuronales en el cerebro lo que hacen es que entre más se conectan, más se fortalecen, se vuelven como carreteras. Entonces, para cambiar un patrón mental, cambiar una creencia subconsciente y entonces tener mi vida bajo control, ¿qué tengo que hacer? Cada vez que viene el patrón lo desconecto, evito que esa conexión suceda hasta que se pierde la relación de largo plazo que tiene esta creencia en el cerebro. Y la puedo reemplazar por comportamientos o conductas que sí me convienen. Y entonces, en lugar de sentirme víctima, elijo, ahora quiero tener control de mi destino, no voy a culpar a los factores externos, sino que voy a asumir plena responsabilidad de las cosas que elijo hacer en la vida. Entonces, cuando vamos desconectando esta relación de largo plazo, lo que sucede es que este patrón mental ya no forma parte de nuestra identidad y en el 97% de nuestro comportamiento ya la víctima no va a formar parte de lo que somos hoy. Entonces vamos a pasar de ser el yo 1.0 al ser el yo 8.0 y así podemos ir haciendo con diferentes patrones mentales y situaciones que tenemos en la vida. En los temas de prosperidad, que es a lo que yo me dedico, yo pues entreno, como les decía, personas para que puedan avanzar mucho mejor en el crecimiento de sus ingresos. Esto es relevante. Por ejemplo, si ustedes tienen a alguien que se dedica en sus organizaciones a vender y sienten que esta persona muchas veces deja dinero sobre la mesa en las transacciones, y uno dice, qué raro, porque esta persona tiene la oportunidad de hacer un buen negocio, pero como que siempre sentimos que deja dinero sobre la mesa en una transacción. Cuando vamos al sistema de creencias de esta persona, probablemente tiene una creencia fundamental de que la vida es difícil, que ganar dinero cuesta mucho, y hasta que yo no logre un cambio en ese patrón, la persona se va a seguir comportando una y otra vez de la misma manera. Les pongo un ejemplo. Yo entreno muchísimo el sector de servicios financieros y seguros, y en una oportunidad estaba entrenando a una aseguradora internacional. Y entonces en una misma mesa habían personas de diferentes agencias y algunos tenían clientes similares. En una mesa en particular habían dos seguros que le habían vendido una póliza en la misma semana al mismo cliente, una póliza de vida. Uno de ellos había vendido una póliza con cobertura de $200,000 y el otro una cobertura de $7 millones al mismo cliente en la misma semana. Cuando le pregunté ¿por qué no le compró la póliza de 7 millones al primer vendedor? El cliente dijo, porque no me la ofreció. Esto quiere decir que en la misma semana, en la misma realidad, ante el mismo cliente, el cerebro de una de las dos personas vio potencial de un negocio de $1,000,000 y el cerebro de la otra persona vio una oportunidad de $7 millones. Entonces, esto quiere decir que la realidad sucede primero en mi cerebro y luego se manifiesta en el exterior. Entonces, ¿cómo volvemos a la gente más próspera en nuestras organizaciones? Cambiando sus patrones mentales sobre las creencias que tienen sobre si ganar dinero es difícil. Y entonces las personas empiezan a cambiar estas neuronales hasta que aprenden a tener una nueva conducta y una nueva identidad. Esto quiere decir que mis resultados exteriores dependen de lo que yo soy en mi interior. Entonces, muchas veces las cosas que hacemos tradicionalmente en capacitación no funcionan tanto, porque no entendemos que para cambiar los resultados, cambiar al señor que vive adentro, al observador. Entonces, en este tema de creencias subconscientes, Albert Einstein tenía una frase que a mí me encanta, y es que dice que al final hay una sola creencia subconsciente que es relevante para tener, y es si nosotros creemos que el universo es un lugar amigable o si pensamos que el universo es un lugar hostil. Si pensamos que el universo es un lugar amigable, pensamos que la vida es fácil que todas las cosas, como decía Paulo Coelho en El alquimista, no sé si algunos leyeron ese libro, como que el universo conspira a nuestro favor. Y ese nivel de optimismo se ha probado científicamente que produce 37% más en lo que es generación de ingresos. O sea, los cerebros positivos, y esto lo reveló un estudio de un investigador de Harvard, los cerebros positivos producen 37% más, en ventas específicamente. En la vida en general son más eficientes 31%, y en la práctica de la medicina 19% más de precisión y habilidad. El estudio, por si alguien lo quiere consultar, se llama la psicología positiva, y es un estudio que hizo la Universidad de Harvard. Ahora, ¿qué pasa con las personas con estos cerebros positivos? Bueno, tienen más autosabotaje. Esto significa que su subconsciente no responde exactamente a lo que la mente consciente quiere. Y entonces uno de los caminos que existe para cambiar las creencias es alinear lo que mi mente consciente quiere conseguir con mis creencias y mis patrones mentales en el subconsciente. Por el contrario, las personas entonces que creen que el universo es un lugar hostil, todo sea difícil, y subconscientemente se sabotean y sabotean las oportunidades, y entonces esto tiene una cantidad de efectos adversos en la vida personal, en los negocios y en cualquier otro ámbito que lo queramos ver. Entonces, algunos consejos sencillos para avanzar en este camino. Lo primero, yo quisiera invitarlos a que empiecen a estar conscientes de su subconsciente. ¿Cómo podemos hacer eso? Otros estudios revelan que el 47% del tiempo las personas estamos pensando en algo diferente a lo que estamos haciendo, y que eso es además un generador de infelicidad. O sea, cada vez que yo no estoy presente, que mi cerebro está yendo hacia el pasado o hacia el futuro en lugar de estar conectado al momento presente, esos procesos, digamos, de desplazamiento mental en el tiempo lineal hacen que la gente sea menos feliz. ¿A qué vamos al pasado? Y casi siempre vamos con arrepentimiento y culpa, eso es lo que el cerebro hace compulsivamente, y al futuro vamos con miedo y ansiedad. Entonces, cada vez que nuestro cerebro no está inmerso en la experiencia presente, estamos siendo mucho menos felices que cuando estamos presentes. Ahora, de esos pensamientos en los que nos desplazamos el 47%, el 77% son negativos en un ser humano promedio. Entonces, si tomamos el 47% por el 77%, quiere decir que casi el 30% del tiempo estamos destruyendo en lugar de construyendo. Entonces, una de las recomendaciones es detectar cuáles son estos patrones mentales que yo tengo y empezar a desconectarlos cada vez que van a suceder. Y esto en cada caso de cada persona es diferente, y aún la gente más exitosa que conocemos tiene patrones mentales negativos para cambiar. Entonces, ese es el primer consejo: estemos conscientes de nuestro subconsciente. El segundo, entonces, es cada vez que viene un patrón mental que ya no queremos que forme parte de nosotros mismos, entonces interrumpimos el patrón. ¿Cómo hacemos esto? Volviéndonos observadores de nosotros mismos. Entonces, cada vez que viene el patrón que quiero desconectar, lo reconozco y evito que la conexión neuronal suceda nuevamente. El tercer consejo, entonces, ser observadores de nosotros mismos. Es relevante y está asociada con lo que decía Albert Einstein. Es, digamos, uno tiene que tomar una decisión de si quiere vivir en una frecuencia de expansión o en una frecuencia de miedo. En la frecuencia de expansión tenemos la creencia que decía Albert Einstein, sentimos entonces que el universo es un lugar amigable. Y en la frecuencia del miedo pensamos que el universo es un lugar hostil. Y de esto depende, y esta es la decisión más importante que uno toma en la vida, a cuál de las dos frecuencias me voy a conectar. ¿Y por qué esto es relevante? Porque, y esto me asocia con el último consejo, en la frecuencia del miedo, en lugar de elecciones o decisiones libres, lo que hacemos son pactos inconscientes. Entonces, de pronto me relaciono con personas que no me están ayudando a construir porque me conecto con patrones mentales que me son afines. O sea, yo hago química con una persona cuando la conozco, si esta persona tiene unos patrones mentales que se parecen a los míos. Al final, la empatía es una ilusión consciente de sentir que somos de los mismos. Entonces, cuando vivo en la frecuencia del miedo, elijo estar en relaciones, personas y negocios que están en esa frecuencia. Pero cuando elijo estar en frecuencia de expansión, entonces tomo elecciones libres. Y cuando uno analiza su vida en retrospectiva, y los invito con todo cariño y respeto a que hagan eso, revisen las decisiones que han tomado hacia atrás y se van a dar cuenta que las decisiones que se han tomado desde la expansión siempre nos conducen a resultados positivos, pero aquellas decisiones que fueron tomadas en la frecuencia del miedo, que tienen más que ver con pactos inconscientes, casi nunca nos llevan a cosas que terminan bien. Así que son 5 consejos sumamente rápidos para reconocer cómo es que los seres humanos construimos nuestra realidad, y con eso los dejo. Muchísimas gracias.
Mi nombre es Alberto Carvajal, yo trabajo en iluminación Tecnolite. Mi presentación no es tan profunda como la de Marilis, más que todo un compartir experiencias y algunos enfoques. Soy ingeniero industrial, estudié aquí, me enamoré de algunos rótulos durante mi época de la universidad. Me acuerdo que mi ilusión era, cuando yo terminara ingeniería industrial, trabajar en Jax, y me enamoré del rótulo de Jax. Hoy en día nunca he entrado a Jax y me ha permitido realizar todos esos paradigmas que uno trae, todas esas ideas que uno tiene, que realmente algunas no las llega a realizar y algunas veces desgraciadamente seguimos atadas a ellas. Luego sí tuve la oportunidad de trabajar, y trabajé en el área de ingeniería, manufactura, sistemas de información, ese mundo corporativo del que también nos hablaba Marilis. Y estuve algunos años, estaba en las empresas que eran consideradas como los Intel de los 90, muy rápidamente llegué a tener puestos gerenciales en esas compañías, y ahora me doy cuenta que me enfrentaba a los 23, 22 años con gerentes de 46, 48, como yo soy ahora, y entiendo perfectamente qué fácil era hacer la reunión de gerencia en el comité ejecutivo, qué fácil era, ¿verdad? Y ahora más bien agradezco esa situación, y ha sido una experiencia interesante, porque después de unos 10 años de estar ahí, comienzan algunas inquietudes, y comienza la típica pregunta: ¿qué voy a hacer esto toda la vida? O sea, toda la vida voy a estar yo en una empresa. El famoso rat race que algunos han leído, toda la vida voy a seguir en el rat race yo. Pero no, yo no quiero. Pero entonces, ¿qué quiero? Porque todos quieren algo más. Pero lo que uno a veces le cuesta es definir qué es ese algo. Y comienza uno a aflorarle todavía más paradigmas de anteriormente, y comienza uno a pensar hacia dónde es, o sea, y habla con amigos, y los amigos le dicen: vámonos, hagamos un negocio de esto y hagamos un negocio de lo otro, pero uno es un asalariado que no tiene capital para hacerlo, y comienzan miles de inquietudes, y estoy seguro que todos tenemos, y me incluyo, todos tenemos hoy inquietudes que tenemos que ver qué hacer, cómo cambiar, qué siguen. Pero por ahí del 2000 aparecen algunos eventos significativos. Aquí me voy a detener un momentito para pensar qué son eventos significativos, porque todos tenemos eventos significativos. ¿Y qué los hace significativos algunos eventos y qué no hace otros eventos significativos? Una decisión de uno. Y comienza a ser fundamental eso. Uno comienza a decidir. En mi caso, tuve 2 eventos significativos en esa época. Uno, tuvimos Katia y yo a Adriana en 1998. Adriana fue nuestra tercera hija, ya teníamos 2 hijos mayores. Adriana, cuando nace, pasa lo que nadie quiere que pase. Cuando algo sucede y no sale inmediatamente de la sala de partos. Katia era cesárea, está dormida, y entonces comienza uno a pasarle, literalmente se los digo, es la única vez que cuando yo leo en algunas revistas de gente que se muere y resucita y que dicen que la vida le pasó adelante, en 30 micros de segundo les pasó la vida. Bueno, a mí me pasó la vida entera en 3 horas, que fue lo que duré ahí afuera de la sala. Luego me dicen que Adriana viene con algún problemita, etcétera, etcétera. Y esto no quiero ahondar en este tema, porque una de las cosas que tampoco se vale, Hay algunas que sí se valen, que es el nombre de la presentación al final. Una de las... Adriana viene con sus problemitas de desarrollo, nos enfocamos muchísimo en eso. Katia quizás está más que yo de alguna forma también en la manera de apoyar a la familia. Y a los 3 años y 3 meses después, Adriana fallece. Ese es el momento más duro que yo creo que cualquiera de los que está aquí, que es padre de familia, puede vivir. Pero eso fue significativo. Eso fue. Y el otro evento significativo en ese momento era, bueno, sí, sigue las inquietudes. En todo ese escenario seguían las inquietudes, pero ¿con quién me asocio? ¿Quién es ese alguien? ¿Quién es ese que me puede complementar? Y es donde la situación de Adriana me ayuda a entender que deben cambiar las prioridades. Y las prioridades dejaron de ser para qué quería hacer el cambio, para qué quería botar los paradigmas, y me doy cuenta que el primer cambio que tuve fue: lo que yo vaya a hacer no es para mí, es para compartir. Y ahí es donde comienza un papel o una visión de tomar una decisión conjunta con alguien. Y ahí estaban las oportunidades luchando en mi cerebro, y un día dije, lo voy a hacer, y lo voy a hacer. Y muchos se pensarán aquí que les voy a hablar del amigo mío de México, que es el que tiene Tecnolite y el que me... Ahí yo pensé, voy a desarrollar mi fe en el Señor. Y eso fue lo que hice en ese momento. Yo he sido uno de esos católicos, yo soy del colegio Calasanz, que toda la vida estuvo con padres y la cosa y todo, pero eso es lo que te das como un conocimiento, una base, pero hay un momento en el que uno debe decidir qué es lo que quiere hacer. Y ese fue el momento en el que lo decidí, y comencé a pensar en qué oportunidades tenía, y ahí aprendí lo siguiente: cuando una persona a nivel empresarial tiene una oportunidad, tiene 4 formas o 5 formas de enfocar. Yo tengo una oportunidad, y los que son muy teóricos hacen un estudio de factibilidad y analizan y ven los flujos de caja y ven las inversiones que hay que hacer y los retornos, etc. El segundo son los lanzados, los que no miden nada y normalmente se lanzan y hacen lo que su corazón les dice. Normalmente a esos también les ayuda mucho tener un tío millonario, un papá millonario, eso también les ayuda un poco a esas decisiones. Hay un tercero, que eso lo aprendí con el tiempo, y son los amigos que he visto que los botan del trabajo en esas inquietudes que tienen mentalmente, encuentran un terreno y dicen, ya no me quedó más opción que desarrollar esa opción o ese día que yo tenía, o sea, ya no tengo trabajo, pues voy a lanzarme y lo voy a hacer. En mi caso fue decidir en la paz de que hay un plan perfecto para cada uno. Y les voy a decir, y es importante porque uno tiende a mezclar la palabra perfecto con exitoso. No, perfecto es perfecto. Puede ser bueno, puede ser malo, pero es vivir en la conciencia y en la fe de que es perfecto, con lo que traiga, lo que uno tenía planeado y lo que uno no tenía planeado. Así que es cuando la fe se antepone al paradigma del éxito, y es donde comencemos a definir ese éxito. En mi caso, en ese entorno, era compartir. Y entonces es cuando comenzamos a darnos cuenta de que el paradigma en nuestro caso, digamos con Tecnolite, luego Tecnolite se fue a Panamá, luego metimos otras marcas, hicimos otras empresas, pero el fondo siempre ha sido compartir. Y compartir es compartirlo formalmente. Formalmente no significa de que, bueno, sí, de vez en cuando alguien venga, yo le voy a dar. No, es proactivamente buscar dónde está la oportunidad de ayudar. Y eso es lo que Katia, que es para ponerle más emoción al asunto, Katia también trabaja conmigo, siendo mi esposa, entonces imagínense ustedes la clase de mezcolanza que puedo tener en mi vida del día a día. Katia y yo comenzamos a buscar dónde ayudar. En un momento ayudamos muchísimo a una fundación que se llamaba la Fundación Hogar Manos Abiertas. Por supuesto, estábamos muy expuestos a una sensibilidad profunda por los niños con discapacidad, y esa fundación lo que hace es tomar niños con discapacidad en estado de abandono. O sea, son los pobres de los pobres. Luego, por diversas circunstancias, no estamos con ellos, ahora estamos con otras soluciones, pero realmente es proactivamente buscar dónde compartir. El Señor nos pone miles de opciones para compartir. O sea, ese es el menor de los problemas. O sea, eso le brincan a uno, pero nosotros lo hacemos formalmente. O sea, es como parte de la planilla, para ponerlo más sencillo. Y así es como comenzamos a trabajar para el mejor jefe, como le digo yo. Y realmente les voy a decir, esto no es, y con esto les digo, no es el asunto de que es religión, es ritos, no, es una cuestión de fe y espiritualidad. Todos nosotros en algún momento nos sentimos solos, lo que se dice en inglés lonely at the top, y nos sentimos solos. Y nos sentimos solos normalmente cuando tenemos una decisión empresarial o personal complicada. Y les digo, y esto para respetar el protocolo Gestalt, que mi experiencia ha sido que cuando más solo me he sentido, es cuando más he tenido que agarrarme de esa parte, llámenla como la quieran llamar, espiritual, de fe, como quieran ponerla. Y eso es lo que yo los invito hoy a meditar, porque estoy seguro que si no es que la tuvimos ayer, la tenemos hoy, o la vamos a tener un día de estos. Vamos a tener una situación de esas en las que nos sentimos solos at the top. Hay una opción, esa es mi experiencia. Y eso era para lo que me he gastado unos 12 minutos. Y cierro diciéndoles, hay que buscarlo. En mi caso fue eso. Todos tenemos fuentes de inspiración. Esa es la foto de Adriana. Esa es de las pocas que tengo. Piénsenlo porque it's hard to be lonely at the top. Pero ahí, gratis, hay un consultor. ¿Okay? Ahí los 3 minutos quedan para las preguntas. ¿Okay?
El título original que yo había puesto era 15 libros en 15 minutos, pero cuando me puse a hacer un poco el resumen, me di cuenta que en 15 minutos iba a ser imposible. Entonces lo reduje a 7 y traté de escoger los que me parecían más relevantes. Y la idea de lo que voy a hablar, a mí me gusta mucho leer y no me gusta leer ficción, siempre leo biografías, historia, análisis, lo que sea, y trato de leer cosas que no son ficción para sacar algo que yo pueda aplicar en la vida, que realmente le haya pasado a alguien o que pueda demostrarlo con factos. Entonces lo que voy a tratar hoy es de darles de alguna manera algunas cosas que yo he sacado de algunos libros y traté de escoger algunos que sean a la organización a la que pertenecemos. El primero, y puse nombre y el autor, que para mí es muy importante, se llama The Upside of Irrationality, de Dan Ariely, y yo puse aquí algo que saqué del libro y que me va a permitir hablar un poco, y es el dolor de perder $100,000, como ejemplo, pueden ser $100, puede ser $1 millón, es más fuerte que el placer de ganar $100,000. Y lo que Dan Ariely explica en el libro, a través de todo el libro más o menos, es que la percepción del riesgo que tenemos las personas es la mayoría de las veces equivocada. Y a mí me tocó vivirlo porque cuando yo trabajaba en Nueva York manejando inversiones de gente en la bolsa, siempre las primeras preguntas que uno le hace a la gente es, bueno, a ver, ¿usted está dispuesto a tratar de ganarse un 20% sabiendo que puede perder X? ¿O usted se siente más cómodo asegurándose un 4%, pero con una posibilidad de pérdida mucho menor? Y todo el mundo cree que está dispuesto, cuando le decís 20%, pero a perder, todo el mundo cree que tiene mucho más capacidad de tomar riesgos que lo que realmente tiene, porque cuando se vienen los golpes, se dan cuenta que realmente no tenían esa capacidad de absorber ese riesgo. El segundo libro es Decision Points, que lo escribió George W. Bush, y de aquí tal vez, y ahí lo puse, juzgar desde afuera es muy fácil, ponerse en los zapatos de los demás es realmente un trabajo difícil. Lo digo porque realmente yo era una persona que odiaba a Bush con toda mi alma. Me tocó vivir el final de su mandato en Nueva York con una crisis financiera que la verdad no la disfruté para nada. Y bueno, venía de un gobierno en donde se le culpaba mucho haber gastado mucho dinero en Irak y que eso era causa de parte de lo que había generado un gasto innecesario en la economía, etc. Buscando armas de destrucción masiva que todos sabemos que no, por lo menos no las encontraron. Y en el 2010, cuando él saca el libro, yo digo, voy a leérmelo para ver, o sea, qué tiene que decir esta persona. Y definitivamente me cambió la perspectiva. Y Bush en el libro lo que dice es, nadie estuvo en los zapatos que estuve yo el 11 de septiembre. Nadie en el mundo, yo fui el único, que me tocó recibir esos ataques como presidente de Estados Unidos, y nadie puede saber lo que yo sentí cada vez que me iba a acostar los días siguientes. Lo único, el único objetivo que yo me planteé después de ese día fue garantizarle a toda la gente de mi país que no nos iban a volver a atacar. Y dejé de lado todo el resto de cosas que tenía que hacer como presidente. Y me puse un poco las cosas en perspectiva, ¿verdad? Entonces, no hay que juzgar antes de ponerse en los zapatos de los demás. El tercer libro se llama The Story of Success, de Malcolm Gladwell. Y ahí, digamos, se puede extraer es que hay situaciones que no dependen de las decisiones que tomemos. Son circunstanciales en tiempo y espacio. Y ahí, Malcolm hace un análisis, bueno, hace muchos análisis, es muy interesante el libro, pero una de las cosas que a mí me quedó grabada y que es la que me deja esa enseñanza es, él hace un análisis de que los cortes generacionales en las escuelas hace un momento en la vida en donde un año de diferencia en una persona es muchísimo. No sé si es no me acuerdo si es a los 10 años, o a los 8, o a los 7. Pero entonces estás en una clase, en la escuela, en donde hay unos que nacieron en enero y otros que nacieron, por decir, en diciembre, y están en el mismo año. Y hay un momento en donde se separan sustancialmente, a pesar de que se llevan solo 12 meses. Y entonces en ese momento, los que quieren entrar al equipo de básquet, probablemente empiezan a crecer muy rápido y entonces tienen más chance, no necesariamente porque son mejores. Y al tener más chance, porque las circunstancias se dieron así, porque nació en enero y le tocó ser de los mayores de la clase, entonces lo meten con el profesor avanzado de básquet. Y si lo meten con el profesor avanzado de básquet, entonces ya automáticamente tiene una mejor educación para jugar básquetbol y entonces ya tiene más ventaja que el otro. Y se va creando una bola de nieve que al final lo que él dice es que hay circunstancias en las que nosotros no podemos influir porque se dieron así y que tenemos que tomarlas y lidiar con ellas y seguir adelante. El siguiente libro, que es un libro que a mí me marcó mucho y les recomiendo que pueda leerlo, lo lea, es Personal History de Katharine Graham. Katharine Graham es la biografía de ella, y ella era la familia dueña del Washington Post, y una familia de mucho dinero, las más importantes en la época cuando todavía la prensa y la influencia que tenía un periódico como el Washington Post, que sigue siendo importante, pero ya no como antes, era realmente importante a nivel de que podía manejar la política del país. Y ella nunca supo absolutamente nada del negocio, no sabía ni qué estaba pasando, ni quería saber. Ella se dedicaba, se pueden imaginar, a atender eventos, esto, lo otro. Y resulta ser que el esposo, o sea, el yerno de la familia, fue el que se encargó de la empresa y lo hacía muy bien. Pero resulta ser que el esposo tenía problemas depresivos, y ella pues, sí lo sabía, pero no al nivel que se manifestaban, ¿verdad?, en ciertas crisis. Y en uno de los mejores momentos del periódico y más influyentes en la política de Estados Unidos, el esposo se suicida. Y esta señora, con familia, que nunca se ha sentado en un escritorio, nunca ha abierto una compu, jamás haber visto un estado financiero, ni mucho menos, le toca agarrar el periódico más importante del mundo, con más influencia política en el mundo, de cero. Y ella empieza a contar toda la historia y da todos los detalles y todos los conflictos y todo lo que le toca enfrentar y demás. Y entonces la enseñanza que yo aplico siempre de la historia de ella es que la realidad es que ningún reto es difícil, y ni hablar después de la charla que acaban de dar. Lo difícil es entender que uno se plantea los retos y uno realmente, retos o problemas, y cree que son difíciles, y al final todo es un tema de perspectiva, ¿verdad? Es cuánto difícil lo puedo hacer. Y voy a contar el caso de un problema que tuve hace poco, porque para aplicar la enseñanza, yo tengo un proyecto de mini bodegas en Avenida Escazú, y mi perspectiva cuando hice ese proyecto fue: yo voy a hacer el proyecto más seguro, en el mejor lugar posible, sin ahorrarme ni un centavo, para estar seguro que va a perdurar en el tiempo. Y resulta ser que en uno de los aguaceros que hubo cuando empezó a llover, se metió el agua por la puerta de emergencia, en un lugar que prácticamente es imposible que se inunde. Se metió el agua por debajo de la puerta de emergencia y se empezó a llenar de agua, pero una cantidad así, pero iba caminando. Y por supuesto que las mini bodegas, por abajo, pues no está sellado, entonces el agua pasa. Y me llama la administradora y me dice que venga, que se está metiendo el agua. Cuando yo llegué a las mini bodegas, o sea, en cuestión de 30 segundos yo dije: ok, se van a inundar todas, todo el mundo va a perder todo lo que tiene, me van a mega demandar, bueno, y todo lo que puede pasarse uno por la cabeza en 10 minutos. Pero al final, de las 209 unidades, hubo solo 18 que se mojaron un poco, y de las 18 solo tuve 2 personas que se quejaron. Pero una de esas personas resulta ser que era una muchacha que casi se me pone a llorar cuando hablé con ella en la noche, porque yo la llamé y agarré y le dije: vea, hablemos, qué es lo que pasa, qué es lo que necesita, qué es lo que tiene. Y me dijo: es que mis zapatos, y yo, vamos a ver los zapatos que yo tengo ahí, tengo una bolsa de zapatos y están todos empapados y no sé qué. Y yo: bueno, tranquila, o sea, vamos a los zapatos y digo, a ver qué podemos hacer. Entonces, quedamos para vernos, fuimos, vi los zapatos, me los enseñó, todo. Le dije: vea, ya no me sigue enseñando, hágame un email, me manda su estimado de los zapatos y yo voy a ver qué puedo hacer, a pesar de que el contrato dice que es 100% responsabilidad suya asegurar los bienes si es que los quiere asegurar, etc. Resulta ser que no me escribió más, porque me hizo amenazas y que, bueno, es que yo te conozco, pero yo no voy a ir a hablar mal de vos, pero que eso. Y bueno, le dije: vea, mándeme el estimado y yo lo voy a resolver. Resulta ser que no me mandó el email, la llamé yo y me dijo: ok, se lo voy a mandar. Me mandó un email como de 2 páginas explicándome por qué el proyecto que yo le había ofrecido, seguridad y esto y el otro, bueno, larguísimo. Y al final me puso: bueno, esta es la lista de los zapatos, y eran como 8 pares de zapatos, $5,700, y abajo me puso: dejo a tu criterio que me reembolses lo que te parezca correcto. Entonces, y le contesté nada más: dame por favor tu dirección, a dónde te puedo mandar el cheque y tu nombre completo. Nada más, por favor, hazme un recibo. Y entonces me contestó: ¿por cuánto te hago el recibo? O sea, ella lo que quería saber era cuánto le iba a pagar. Y entonces le dije, te voy a mandar el cheque por el 100% de lo que me estás diciendo. Y me estás diciendo que eso es lo que cuestan tus zapatos, que se te dañaron, te lo voy a mandar. Entonces inmediatamente me contestó, wow, jamás que me ibas a reintegrar el 100%. No me acuerdo ya ni qué más me puso, yo no le contesté más. A los 3 minutos me volvió a mandar otro email. Me dijo, no, definitivamente no me mandes el cheque por el 100%. Me siento mal, eso no era lo que yo quería. Y bueno, toda una charla, ¿verdad? Y lo estoy contando nada más porque al final los retos, ¿verdad? Cuando yo entré a esas mini bodegas, de verdad se me cayó el mundo y lo vi como algo grave. Y al final todo se resuelve de alguna manera y uno tiene que saber cómo manejarlo. Aquí puse 3 libros que al final tienen un solo mensaje. The Love You Make, que es un poco una biografía de los Beatles, Clapton, que es una autobiografía de Eric Clapton, y Steve Jobs, que me imagino que todos saben quién es, porque es un libro famoso, reciente. Y de ahí lo que yo saco y lo que rescato para mi vida todos los días es qué pasa si el chip que me instalaron a mí no es el correcto. ¿Y por qué esos libros me marcaron tanto a mí? Porque resulta ser que estas tres personas o grupos triunfaron en la vida y los mayores logros que hicieron, que no fueron solo para ellos, fueron para todos nosotros. Y todos tuvieron como fuente una droga. Y entonces las drogas, nosotros venimos con muchos estereotipos en donde, como cualquier otro, como muchas cosas, no son las drogas de que eso es malo y que no genera nada y que esto y que lo otro, y está demostrado que así es, pero curiosamente estas personas lograron sus mayores logros y sus mayores aportes a la humanidad y lo aceptan en los libros porque probaron alguna droga, no importa cuál cada uno. Y entonces nada más uno lo que me genera aquí, a mí, sobre todo habiendo crecido en una sociedad tan restringida, tan conservadora, tan pequeña, de realmente preguntarse si el chip que le instalaron a uno, en donde dice las drogas son malas, o llegar a trabajar temprano te va a rendir más frutos, o cualquier estereotipo que uno trae, es realmente algo que uno no se tiene que cuestionar y ver si realmente tengo que vivir con ese chip toda la vida o lo puedo cambiar. Este libro se lo recomiendo también a todos, es un libro corto, es un consejo por página de gente súper joven, entrepreneurs, que van en contra de todos los paradigmas corporativos. Y por eso puse ahí, ser entrepreneur requiere liderazgo. Esta gente básicamente botó a la basura todos los estándares corporativos y de ahí saco 2 cosas importantes. Uno, que las reuniones realmente son una interrupción al trabajo y son muy caras para el trabajo, o sea, para la empresa. Y el otro tema importante es que uno tiene una visión y no está enfocándose en los competidores. Y lo explica muy bien, y por eso recomiendo, porque no puedo entrar en tanto detalle, pero si voy a fracasar haciendo algo que yo quería hacer, que fracasar haciendo algo que no quería hacer. Y entonces eso es el mensaje. Y el último libro, y ya me sonó el pip, es A Control City de Vishen Chakrabarty, que es el encargado de la Escuela de Real Estate de Columbia. Y de ahí voy a dar nada más unos datos específicos para que tengan una idea. Él me inspiró a mí para toda la filosofía de urbanismo que yo practico hoy en la empresa y en el desarrollo inmobiliario. Y yo soy 100% creyente de que tenemos que ver cómo hacemos para que las ciudades sean más densas y no más dispersas. Y todos los proyectos inmobiliarios que estoy implementando van enfocados hacia lograr que se junte más y aproveche la infraestructura existente en vez de tener que llevar la infraestructura a lugares en donde es bajo, porque el costo de hacer eso es muy caro, sobre todo para el medio ambiente. Y les voy a dar algunas cifras para que se queden pensando, que son cifras demostradas. Cuando se dobla la densidad de una ciudad, la productividad en esa ciudad aumenta entre el 6 y el 28%. Un residente en Manhattan usa 1/5 de la gasolina que usa un residente en Detroit y 1/3 de la electricidad, a pesar de que son dos ciudades que tienen el mismo clima, o sea, son comparables. El uso de tierra para el desarrollo va al doble del ritmo al que está creciendo la población. O sea, nos vamos a acabar la tierra. Entonces no hay duda. Las nuevas casas, y estas son cifras obviamente de Estados Unidos, las nuevas casas, desde 1960 las nuevas casas se han duplicado en tamaño en Estados Unidos. Y el número de personas que viven por casa ha decrecido. El 3% de la tierra genera el 85% del Producto Interno Bruto Mundial. Las patentes per cápita son mucho mayores en las ciudades más densas del mundo. O sea que en las ciudades más densas se da más innovación. Los lugares menos densos presentan mucho mayores problemas de obesidad. Los accidentes de tránsito son uno de la muerte de niños a nivel mundial. En Estados Unidos el life expectancy en las ciudades más densas es el más alto. La contaminación per cápita es mucho menor en ciudades densas y lo mejor es que se logra con un costo casi cero, porque no hay que hacer campañas para que la gente ahorre y para que la gente, sino que sin querer queriendo, solo por vivir en una ciudad más densa ya se logra el objetivo. El punto de ese libro es, en casos de emergencia resulta ser que en las ciudades más densas es mucho más factible atender la emergencia y resolverla, y el caso de Sandy en Nueva York es un caso súper estudiado de cómo es mucho más fácil atender una emergencia densa que en una ciudad que está spread out. Y con eso los dejo porque se me acabó el tiempo y les recomiendo a todos leerse esos libros.
Y la idea es contarles un poco mi historia personal, que cuando empecé a armarla dije, ¿cómo lo armo? Lo puedo armar cronológicamente, lo puedo armar resaltando momentos claves, pero en realidad lo preferí hacer en función de determinados principios que me fueron guiando, que en realidad es muy fácil decirlos ahora cuando los armé todos juntos, pero que creo que son parte del espíritu emprendedor, creo que un poco el espíritu que tenemos todos quienes estamos aquí en una organización de entrepreneurs. Vamos a ver una cantidad de frases en la presentación y en función de ellas vamos a ir viendo estos principios que deberían guiar por lo menos lo que hacemos todos nosotros. Lo primero es pasión por lo que uno hace. Cuando muchos me preguntaron cómo empecé con las revistas, y la realidad es que siempre recuerdo cuando tenía 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 años. En Argentina hay mucha cultura de lectura de revistas y en mi casa estábamos suscritos a cantidad de títulos y yo esperaba que los más llegaba la revista Villiquen, que era la revista infantil, y yo la leía al lado de mi papá, que leía la revista que seguramente había leído él. Eso seguramente me marcó, y esa lectoría que me llevó durante años a leer de revista en revista fue parte de ese chip que se me instaló. Cuando llegó el momento de buscar mi primer trabajo, tuve que elegir entre 3 opciones. Primero hice una búsqueda de trabajo, fui una selectora de personal, le dije enséñeme a hacer un currículum, me preguntó cantidad de cosas, armamos el currículum, lo mandé y de 3 empresas me llegan ofertas laborales. Las 3 empresas, una era Andersen Consulting, una de las top de consultoría en ese momento para el sector de sistemas de información, otro era para la acería más grande de Argentina, Sindar, que era para el sector financiero, y el tercero era una pyme de fabricación de tuberías para conducción de agua, una empresa familiar, pequeña, el menor salario, pero el cargo era en mercadeo. En ese momento me senté con mi papá, uno de quizás mis principales consultores, y le dije, ¿qué harías vos en esta situación? Y la respuesta de él fue muy sencilla, me dijo, si a tu edad no te das la oportunidad de trabajar en lo que te gusta, no te la vas a dar nunca en tu vida. Entonces no importa hoy si tu salario va a ser menor, no importa si no vas a ser la gran empresa, pero donde empieces va a guiar tu rumbo. Y es así que decidí trabajar en una pyme familiar de tuberías para conducción de agua. Mi primer puesto fue de jefe de promoción y publicidad en esa empresa. En esa empresa yo veía que como anunciante publicaba mis pautas en revistas para fontaneros, para plomeros, para gasistas, para gente que trabaja con tuberías. Y me daba cuenta que ninguna de esas revistas servía, que no llegaban a lo que querían llegar, que no hacían lo que tenían que hacer. Y un buen día dije a mis vecinos, acá veo una oportunidad, me gustan las revistas, entiendo el negocio, ya conozco el mercado, vamos a hacer una revista. Y mi primera revista fue una revista de eso, de fontanería. Llegó a ser una revista de 200 páginas de fontanería, pero le ponía pasión, eso era lo que me gustaba. Y así empezó mi historia en el mundo editorial. El segundo punto importante para mí era esto de conocer el juego. Nunca entendí por qué en la industria editorial, por lo menos en Latinoamérica, la gente se capacita tan poco. La verdad que lo critico hasta el día de hoy y lo seguiré haciendo hasta que alguien me demuestre lo contrario. Cuando esos mundiales de editores de revistas, se ve gente de Asia, se ve gente de Europa, se ve gente de Estados Unidos, y de Latinoamérica somos contados con el dedo de una o dos manos como mucho. En el año 98 fue la primera oportunidad que tuve de ir a uno de estos eventos, y lo que siempre digo es que ese evento de capacitación me cambió la cabeza, porque hasta ese momento hacía revistas y a partir de ese momento me convertí en editor. Me convertí en empresario del mundo editorial. Entendí hacia dónde va la industria, entendí hacia dónde va el negocio. Empecé a conocer mejor ese juego en el que pretendía desarrollarme por los próximos años. Hace poco en uno de estos congresos contaban un cuento, no sé si alguno lo conoce, de la persona que era ferviente jugador de casinos y se conocía absolutamente todos los juegos. Y escucha en una mesa que estaban jugando cartas y ganaban y todos felices. Estaban jugando un juego que se llamaba Cachanga. Y él jamás lo había escuchado nombrar. Pero dice, sí, tengo tanta experiencia en casinos, no puede ser que no lo entienda rápidamente. Va, se sienta en la mesa y empieza a jugar y apuesta. Reparten las cartas, todos apuestan. Él no entiende lo que está pasando, alguien tira una carta, otro tira otra, él tira otra sin saber lo que hacía y alguien dice Cachanga y se lleva todo el pozo. No entendí bien qué pasó, pero vamos a ver la próxima mano. Vuelven a repartir las cartas. Pasa exactamente lo mismo. Uno tira una carta, otro tira Cachanga y se lleva todo. Él dice, acá a mí me están jodiendo, algo está pasando, vamos a ver qué pasa la próxima. Vuelven a repartir las cartas, todos hacen sus apuestas, uno tira, el otro tira, y él rápido, antes de que el que dice Cachanga y se lleva todo. El otro dice, momentito, Cachanga real, y agarra y se lleva todo. Conclusión, lo importante en esto es conocer el juego. No nos podemos meter a jugar un juego en el cual no conocemos las reglas, en el cual no entendemos dónde estamos parados. Eso hizo que siempre busque capacitarme, que siempre busque seguir aprendiendo en dónde estoy parado. El tercer punto es saber que podemos fracasar. Hace poco leía el último libro de Oppenheimer, que por cierto, y siguiendo lo que decía Mike y lo recomiendo, Crear o Morir se llama, y lo que analiza es por qué Latinoamérica no tiene focos de emprendedurismo como sí lo pueden tener Silicon Valley, o Tel Aviv, o Corea del Sur, etcétera, etcétera. ¿Por qué en Latinoamérica no se generan si hay talento y si se puede generar esos focos de emprendedurismo? Y hay ítems. Y lo que dice es, a ver, cada 2 por 3 se están creando parques tecnológicos. Cada 2 por 3 los gobiernos dicen invertimos en bla bla bla, en fomentar el emprendedurismo, créditos para la pequeña y mediana empresa, etcétera, etcétera. Los gobiernos anuncian que bajan sus tiempos de formación de empresas. Entonces hay países, Costa Rica estamos un poquito atrasados todavía, pero hay países... ¿Por qué no fui capaz de entender la situación? La realidad es que soy bastante autocrítico y creo que hemos cometido en aquel momento algunos errores, que por ahí invertimos mucho en la tercera rueda que teníamos que tener con la empresa, en esas ruedas de inversión, pero hubiese pasado seguramente lo mismo gracias a esa crisis terminal de Argentina. Siempre cuento la misma anécdota, esta revista de instalaciones, la edición de diciembre de 2001 tenía 29 páginas contratadas. Me empiezan a llamar y me llaman 28 para cancelar la pauta porque me dicen, mirá, con la crisis, corralito, cambio de, digamos, posible devaluación, etcétera, etcétera, suspendemos la publicidad. Pero uno no me cancela. Entonces yo, obviamente la revista no la podía sacar, pero no quería quedar mal con esa persona. Entonces lo llamo y le digo, mirá, pasó esto, esto y esto, 28 cancelaron, vos no, pero quería avisarte que la revista no va a salir. ¿Cuál fue la respuesta de la que dicha? Me llamaste y me olvidé de cancelarte a vos también porque había cancelado ya todo el resto. Es decir, un 100% del negocio se había caído a cero. Y esto no hizo que uno baje los brazos. Lo que dije fue, esto es algo que me tocó, algo como varias hoy aquí en esta mañana, y busqué oportunidades y una de ellas, a Dios gracias, me trajo aquí. Y viene relacionado con el siguiente punto, no esperar sentado por ayuda. Nuevamente, para contarles un chiste, algunos deben conocer el cuento de la gran inundación en un pueblo y el tipo de mucha fe que se queda en su casa diciendo me va a ayudar, me va a salvar, etcétera, etcétera. Y se sube al tejado de su casa y el agua iba subiendo, por supuesto. Y pasa algo que Dios me va a ayudar. Y al rato pasa alguien que estaba agarrando una madera y dice, venga, tengo un espacio en la madera, nos salvamos juntos. No, no se preocupe, Dios me va a ayudar. Y así pasan 3 o 4 casos. Obviamente el tipo muere ahogado, llega al cielo, se encuentra Dios y le dice, ¿por qué Dios me hiciste esto? Si yo siempre creí en vos y yo sabía que me ibas a ayudar. Y me dice, a ver, te mandé el bote, te mandé la madera, ¿qué más querías que haga por vos? Entonces la realidad es que muchas veces uno espera determinadas cosas y no se da cuenta que las oportunidades las tiene ahí cerca. Pero uno tiene que ayudar a esas oportunidades. Alguna vez le preguntaron a Picasso por qué pintaba tan lindas obras y él lo que dijo es pura inspiración. Ahora lo importante es que me agarre con el pincel en la mano. Es decir, uno puede esperar la ayuda, uno puede recibir la ayuda, pero si no lo agarra todos los días trabajando, es difícil que esto funcione. Como parte de esa ayuda, en el año 2001 me invitan a dar una conferencia en el primer foro iberoamericano de editores de revistas en Madrid. En ese momento ya estaba yendo a la quiebra, yo ya había perdido casi todo, no teníamos un peso partido al medio y con Silvia dijimos, ¿qué hacemos en esta situación? ¿Nos la jugamos? ¿No la jugamos? ¿Qué hago? Y en ese momento dijimos, esta es la oportunidad de conseguir una oportunidad fuera del mundo. Silvia hizo fila en los bancos en Argentina durante más de una semana porque en ese momento no se podía sacar más de $300 por día del banco. Entonces, para poder comprar el pasaje había que ir y hacer una fila enorme, sacar el dinero que se podía, con eso compré el pasaje, con eso me fui a Madrid, di mi conferencia, alguien me escucha y termino aquí. En definitiva, yo en ese momento podía haberme quedado pensando, ¿cuál es la ayuda que me están dando? Si no tengo plata, me están invitando a una conferencia en España. Sin embargo, esa era la ayuda que estaba recibiendo y la aprovechamos al máximo. El cuarto punto de este principio emprendedor es asumir riesgos. Cada una de las empresas, tanto en la de Argentina como después cuando empezamos acá empezamos de nuevo, a los 2 años la empresa para la que trabajaba tuvo unos serios problemas legales, penales, decido irme y empezar una nueva empresa. Cada uno de estos momentos fue asumir un riesgo. Cuando empecé Grupo Cerca en el año 2004, durante 8 meses estuve sin cobrar $1 de salario. Y la verdad que fueron momentos muy difíciles. Uno estaba asumiendo un riesgo en pos de una visión de futuro. Esa visión, ese momento de decidir, voy a asumir el riesgo y voy a ir para adelante, porque esto es lo que quiero hacer, es lo que también ayuda, sin duda, en el espíritu emprendedor. Por supuesto, como dice esta frase, es como una montaña rusa. A veces los altos son altos, los bajos son bajos. Y debo reconocer que tanto emprendedurismo a veces marea, y seguramente a todos nos pasa, pero es lo divertido de esto que elegimos ser. El siguiente punto es confiar en la intuición. Creo que un emprendedor sin intuición no es tan emprendedor. Y en esto me acuerdo el caso cuando con Damián empezamos a hacer la revista IT Now, una revista de tecnología corporativa. Si en ese momento hubiésemos hecho una investigación de mercado, todo el mundo nos hubiese dicho lo que nos decía cuando empezamos, y era, nadie pauta en revistas de tecnología, todo el mundo quiere revistas de negocios. Entonces nos dijimos, hay una oportunidad. Sabíamos que había un nicho al que podíamos darle algo diferente. Era intuición, no había estudio de mercado en esto. Sí era juego, sabíamos que en el mundo esto se estaba desarrollando de esa forma, pero nos apoyamos en la intuición para empezar. Y esto nos lleva al siguiente punto. En algún punto, un emprendedor lo que hace es dejar de corregir, deja de armar su plan de negocios para empezar a hacer e implementarlo. Y son las visiones que podemos tener. Nuevamente el cuento de zapatos que mandan los 2 emisarios al África y para hacer un estudio de mercado. Y vuelven los 2, uno diciéndole, no hay mercado, están todos descalzos, y el otro vuelve diciéndole, el mercado es fantástico, podemos calzar a todo el mundo. Son formas de ver las cosas, son formas de ver una misma realidad. Creo que parte del espíritu emprendedor es el que hace que asumamos esos riesgos, dejemos de corregir y empecemos a, justamente lo que dijo después, hacer. Dejamos de hablar, dejamos de planificar y empezamos a hacer. Creo que la base de un emprendedor es ser un hacedor. Creo que no podríamos estar aquí sentados si no considerásemos que eso es lo que nos motiva cada uno de los días que nos levantamos. Por supuesto, relacionado con lo que dijimos antes, hay que mirar al futuro. El camino de ese emprendedurismo no siempre es fácil. Está esa montaña rusa con altos y bajos, los altos a veces muy altos, los bajos a veces muy bajos. Sin embargo, esa mirada al futuro, esa visión de lo que queremos llegar y de lo que queremos hacer, es eso que nos motiva en el día a día. Y en mi caso, además, esta frase de Trump creo que también es una de las que me guía. Si vas a pensar algo, pensalo en grande. Cuando hace 10 años empezamos Grupo Cerca, me iban a decir que hoy estábamos con 170 personas en 8 países y con una cantidad de productos, incluso productos icónicos como la revista Hola, que para mí fue casi un sueño hecho realidad, poder manejar una marca de las quizás top 10 o top 15 de la historia del mundo de las revistas. Fue porque pensamos en grande, fue porque dijimos, no nos vamos a ir en chiquito. Es cierto, a veces nos preguntamos si estamos haciendo lo correcto. Sin embargo, esa es la mirada al futuro, no al día a día. El día a día a veces puede ser difícil, sin embargo, seguimos mirando al futuro y seguimos avanzando en eso. El siguiente punto es delegar y no tener control de todo. Aku, que es amante de carreras, debe conocer muy bien esta frase. Mario Andretti, un gran corredor, dijo: si todo está bajo control es que no está corriendo suficientemente rápido. Acá el objetivo no es ir, sino conocer el juego en el que estamos. Si el juego de Andretti era ir rápido en la pista y él tenía todo bajo control, sentía que algo estaba fallando y no estaba manejando bien el juego en el que estaba. Lo mismo nos pasa a nosotros. Si tenemos control de todo, seguramente tenemos un techo al crecimiento. Me critican mucho porque muchas veces delego más de lo que debo delegar. Gente que quizás no hace las cosas como uno las hubiese hecho, cuando a veces hay que preguntarse si uno las hubiese hecho de la mejor forma. Sin embargo, esa posibilidad es la que permite que uno siga creciendo. Siguiente punto de la clave del emprendedor es el famoso think out of the box, pensar fuera de la caja. La realidad es que si no pensamos fuera de la caja, vamos a hacer siempre lo mismo y vamos a hacer lo mismo que los demás. Este pensar fuera de la caja es lo que me está llevando ahora en el próximo mes a lanzar un videojuego. Y uno dice, por ahí estoy loco, por ahí sí, es algo que no va a funcionar, por ahí entre en la lista de aciertos o fracasos que contaré al final de mis días. Sin embargo, lo que creo es que en la medida que siga pensando fuera de la caja, en la medida que siga pensando que tengo que hacer algo diferente, voy a lograr seguramente algo diferente. Para ir terminando, en este libro de Oppenheimer que les contaba antes, cuenta la historia de Gastón Acurio. No sé si alguno lo conoce, es un chef peruano, uno de los más del mundo hoy en día, que cambió la historia del Perú, no solo de la cocina peruana. Y lo que él dijo es, nosotros no competimos, nosotros compartimos. Lo que hicieron los chefs peruanos fue empezar a compartir recetas y crear una cultura de gastronomía peruana de exportación prácticamente. Y empezaron a hacer un equipo entre todos los chefs. Competían entre sí porque quien iba a comer a un restaurante no iba al otro seguramente esa noche. Sin embargo, el compartir entre todos ellos hizo que el mercado en su conjunto crezca. Esto también me guió y, por ejemplo, en algún momento creé la Asociación Costarricense de Editores de Revistas. Siempre pensando que si yo comparto las experiencias, si podemos hacer crecer al mercado, si podemos hacer crecer la industria, a cada uno le va a tocar un poco y entre ese cada uno estoy también yo. El problema es que no siempre los mercados lo aceptan esto. Entonces, bueno, a veces es remar contra la corriente, pero creo que en el compartir está parte de lo que tenemos que hacer y estar en EO es parte de ese compartir. Para terminar, bueno, acá está en el póster el Make a Mark. Una frase de la tradición judía dice, para mí, ¿quién lo será? Pero si solo soy para mí, ¿quién soy? Y un poco siguiendo la enseñanza, lo que contaba Aku, el cómo transformó y cómo tomó como misión también apoyar al que lo necesita. Uno de los temas que más placer me dan como emprendedor es cuando hago emprendimiento a nivel social. En mi foro se ríen, mi esposa ya llora a veces, por la cantidad de organizaciones en las que uno se mete y en las que uno participa. Creo que tiene que ver con ese espíritu emprendedor y tiene que ver con ese principio que tenemos en EO de dejar un legado, de Make a Mark. En resumen, pasión por lo que uno hace, conocer el juego, saber que podemos fracasar, no esperar sentados por ayuda, asumir en la intuición, hacer, dejar de corregir, mirar al futuro, delegar y no tener control de todo, pensar fuera de la caja, cooperación y no solo competición, participación y compromiso, son los principios que me han guiado en este camino emprendedor. Y en definitiva, como dijo JFK, elegimos ir a la luna en esta década no porque sea fácil, sino porque es difícil. Porque esta meta servirá para organizar y probar lo mejor de nuestras energías y habilidades. Porque este desafío es uno que estamos dispuestos a tomar. Un desafío que no estamos dispuestos a posponer y uno que pretendemos ganar. Esa es la historia de cada uno de nosotros, creo. Muchas gracias.
Voy a intentarlo y o que no se donan. Gracias antes a Damián y a Marcelo por invitarme a pensar en mí. No sé por qué. Estoy encantado de estar en una charla de TEDx porque nosotros, mi socio y yo, en Finance en España, organizamos el primer TEDx en Madrid, que fue algo también bastante de emprendimiento y bastante interesante. Lo que he preparado, que es un pensamiento global con corazón local, es un poco un timeline de fotos, un poco de los años que he pasado, un poco los learnings que he podido sacar y cómo he llegado hasta aquí, ¿no? Me preguntaba también en el retreat el otro día, o sea, cómo estamos abriendo 12 oficinas en todo el mundo, 2 años, cómo nos a esto, y yo hasta me puse a pensar, digo, ¿cómo llega a esto y cómo me resulta tan sencillo o no me agobia o no me pone nervioso, ¿no? Esta es una foto de cuando arrancamos en 2007, hace ya casi 7 años, y quería preguntar a ustedes, puede levantar la mano quién lleva más de 3 años emprendiendo, es decir, con su empresa, si puede levantar la mano, que lleva más de 3 años. Bueno, casi todos, ¿no? ¿Hay alguien que no lleve 3 años? Bueno. Bueno, está bien, en España los 3 años son la mortalidad que tiene una empresa, un emprendimiento, o sea que todos hemos pasado esa etapa. Entonces, cuando empezamos en 2007, éramos un poco locos porque celebrábamos, como yo digo, pagar impuestos, ¿no? Empezar a pagar impuestos en España, y creamos una consultoría de marketing digital y una empresa de eventos de marketing digital, ¿no? Fuimos 2 socios que nos juntamos, mi socio Tommy es mitad argentino, mitad alemán, como buen argentino, y yo que era un español recontra español, ¿no? Entonces, a los dos nos gustaban los eventos y promover y contribuir, algo que se ha hablado en esta charla, enseñar sobre marketing digital, y nada más empezar la empresa creamos eventos en Santiago de Chile, en Buenos Aires, aquí son fotos del SMX, que son ferias de congresos de marketing digital. Conocimos a mucha gente, hicimos mucha network. Era casi una de las principales motivaciones, ¿no? Hacer network, hacer contactos y pensar que la empresa de eventos iba a nutrir la consultoría. Bueno, fue uno de nuestros primeros errores. Estas son fotos en Chile y cómo en España mientras hacíamos estos eventos, hacíamos también consultoría, ¿no? Entonces, este fue una de nuestras primeras consultorías, que es ESAM, que es una comunidad de médicos paramédicos, que era alemana. Entonces, aquí hay un dato importante, que nosotros el primer y segundo año de actividad trabajamos con el exterior, casi sin provocarlo. Trabajamos con Alemania, con Argentina, con Chile, y es una explicación de por qué ahora podemos estar trabajando y abriendo oficinas fuera, ¿no? Porque siempre hemos conectado con el exterior, hemos trabajado desde Madrid. Seguimos haciendo eventos. En 2008, en el Online Marketing Expo, fuimos directores de y trabajamos en las principales conferencias. También fuimos a Sao Paulo, estuvimos en Brasil, hicimos los primeros eventos de Search Marketing. En 2008 aprovechamos para ir a Estados Unidos para conocer también cómo se hacían las redes y los productos que nos gustaban, como LinkedIn. Estuvimos con la jefa de operaciones de Latinoamérica, estuvimos en Google visitando las oficinas con la gente que acaba de lanzar México y otros países, y conociendo sobre todo de manera real cómo se concebían los productos en Silicon Valley. En 2009 creamos eventos, seguimos yendo a Buenos Aires, a Madrid, volvimos a ir a Sao Paulo en 2009, hicimos eventos de emprendedurismo en Madrid, Emprende, y en 2010 nos mudamos de oficina a una oficina poquito más grande que el anterior, con más gente. Teníamos alemanes, venezolanos, argentinos. Estábamos cerca de una pequeña oficina que era una casa. La charla, que es pensamiento global con corazón local, es que siempre hemos pensado desde el principio, cuando no sabíamos que íbamos a tener 12 oficinas en el extranjero, de trabajar con gente diferente, de otros países, de otras mentalidades, de otros lenguajes. Y eso es lo que nos ha ayudado, no a que sea fácil, sino a que sea menos difícil poder trabajar en el exterior y trabajar con personas de otros lugares. Entre 2010 y 2011 fue el gran cambio, nos cambiamos de oficina. Y hay algo bueno que compartir como emprendedor, porque cuando nos cambiamos de oficina, en 2011, de una pequeña casa a una gran oficina en el centro de Madrid, lo hicimos con nuestro principal cliente en aquel momento, que era una casa de apuestas, y a los 2 meses de entrar a esa oficina, ese cliente nos dejó. Abandonó. Estamos 8 personas en una oficina de 40 sin nuestro principal cliente. Hubo un gran shock ese fin de semana de cómo íbamos a revertir la situación. Entonces nos ocurrieron varias ideas. La primera era alquilar la oficina para rodar anuncios, tanto de televisión como de películas. Realquilar, pero no realquilar a cualquier profesional ni a cualquier emprendedor. Tuvimos la suerte de encontrar a Change.org, que es una comunidad de peticiones online, de reclamos, que ya no tenía hueco en el Hub de Madrid, que es uno de los principales lugares de emprendimiento, y toda esa network que fuimos construyendo con el tiempo pues nos favoreció en este. Fue un momento crítico y un momento bueno, porque en ese mismo año nos visitó Coca-Cola en nuestras oficinas y dimos la sensación de que podíamos tener un proyecto sostenible y sostenido en aquella fecha. Si nos hubieran visitado en unas oficinas más pequeñas o las que tuviéramos, seguramente no estaríamos aquí. Y aquí estamos. Empezamos a trabajar con Coca-Cola en un proyecto que empezó en España y que nos ha llevado a otros países. Hemos consolidado el modelo del CAC, que es el Consumer Interaction Center, que es un modelo de conexión en redes sociales, que es un producto y una solución y que nos ha diferenciado. Y hemos llegado a la India, a China, a Costa Rica, a Colombia, a Ecuador, a Chile y a Argentina, con ese pensamiento global que es el que siempre hemos manejado, de trabajar con gente de diferentes lugares, de diferentes países, adaptarnos rápidamente y crear valor para los consumidores, para las empresas y sobre todo para la gente que trabaja con nosotros. Nos expandimos en muchos lugares. Estas son las oficinas de Ecuador, de Quito, las que han visto antes son las de Costa Rica, aquí las de Colombia cuando abrimos, y hemos constituido de 200 profesionales en más de 12 países que trabajamos en 33 mercados globales. Son personas talentosas, de alto rendimiento, que trabajan conectados en una red real y talentosa. Y hasta aquí mi exposición. Espero que les haya parecido de valor, de la creencia de que hay que trabajar siempre pensamientos o actitudes en cualquiera de las etapas del emprendimiento para que cuando se presenten esas situaciones que no las podemos programar en el destino, estemos ya programados para pensar globalmente y tener un corazón local. Muchas gracias y un saludo.
CA Kurt panel.
Today, we're an investor in also former amazing 4 hours. Mick, thanks so much very much for your family members to be here today. It's just wonderful to see all of you here, and it's just such a great experience. So today we will be hosted by Mick Levinskis, and Mick is a pretty famous name in the startup community. He's a high-energy tech entrepreneur. He's an advisor, investor, industry leader, and he's also a former EO Sydney member. The run sheet's pretty amazing. We will have a business online, live, and ready to go in about 4 hours, fully designed and fully capable. Mick, thanks so much for joining us.
Australia is right now so brilliantly placed to create global technology businesses, but one thing we absolutely need is for younger Australians to see entrepreneurship as a career choice. There is a big wave of entrepreneurs who are high integrity, high passion, sharing and really creating an industry. And one thing we want to do is to help them be role models. It's okay to have your sports stars and your rock stars as role models too, but why can't some entrepreneurs be role models? So that's a part of it. The other thing is to show you what it feels like, show you some of the excitement. My goal today is to make this as activity-based and action-oriented as possible, because that's what entrepreneurship is. Yeah, no amount of theory, you can do 10 years of theoretical study of entrepreneurship, and then the moment you get, it's like studying rugby union by theory, by reading books, right? You walk onto the pitch, and what's going to happen is you're going to get hit pretty hard, and you're going to look up your book again and wonder what's going on. You can only learn entrepreneurship by doing, so that's what today is going to largely be about. I do love startups. I love being involved with them. I love the power of them. And again, as I said, I think Australia is very, very well placed to do some amazing things. Who saw the Social Network movie about Facebook? Anyone see the Facebook movie? Yeah? Now, let me tell you, you don't have a couple of beers on a Friday night, get angry at your ex-girlfriend, write a couple of line of codes, and then Justin Timberlake comes and gives you $1 million, and then you're a $1 billion company. It's much, much, much harder than that. One of my favourite quotes about entrepreneurship is people who pursue visions beyond their current level of resources. So when Mark Zuckerberg started Facebook, he didn't have $1 billion, he didn't even have $1 million, he didn't even have $10,000. He actually started without the resources. As he went along, he learned how to run the business, and he built the resources he collected the resources to go and build his business. And that's part of what I want to try to show today. They are hard, but you can learn. And that's absolutely what, today more than anything, I guarantee you're not going to launch a business this afternoon that goes viral and gets picked up by TechCrunch and all of a sudden you get acquired by Google. But I want to actually teach you about the learning process of startups and part about how that's changed. But again, I mentioned you only learn by doing, so today is going to be heavily focused on doing. So today, here's a couple of things we're going to run through. The very first thing we're going to do is brief in the logo. There's a logo designer online right now waiting for your brief for your business's logo. So the very first thing we're going to do is brief the logo. Then you're going to pitch your business. Then we're going to launch our business, and then we're going to get customer feedback. We're actually going to put something live to customers today and get some feedback from them about their proposition. Okay, so let's get started. You need to go to this address, bit.ly/EO logo. So if you go to that address, there's a form to fill out. You just have to give us your company name, a short tagline, who is the customer you're after, what industry you're in. If your business was an animal, what would it be? If your business was a car, what would it be? If your business was a singer or a rock band, what would it be? Do you want it to be fun, corporate, professional? What are your favourite colours? Are there any logos you love? And are there any symbols you'd like to use in your logo? So each team now, first activity. Start working through that and start thinking about what logo you want to create. The designer's ready to receive those briefs. As soon as you get your brief in, the first person who gets their brief in, the designer's going to start. So first in, best dressed. I just want to talk to you about a principle. I've already alluded to it a little bit, but a little bit more of the principle about how do we create successful businesses in such a fast-moving world. Who's heard the term FLEARN? FLEARN. A couple of years ago, we realised Australia has a major issue with the word failure. A lot of people feel like it's a big negative. Hand up who wants to be a failure? Anybody really want to be a failure? Hand up who's brave enough to fail on the way to success. So if we're all okay to fail on the way to success, it's not about actually failure, it's about what we do with it and what we do after it. So we actually created this word called FLEARN, which is to learn through failure. Something that's a bit popular these days is actually starting a startup and it not working. There's no learning in that. You actually have to make sure there's a big part of the learning process. All the teams that we work with, we encourage them every week and sometimes every day to have a FLEARNing session, to have to look back on what you did, see what happened, see how you can get better at it and move forward. Who here's heard of WD-40? Even the young kids heard of WD-40, Michael? You know, your dad's never sprayed WD-40 on your bike or to fix it, no? So WD-40 is a spray in a can lubricant which helps basically everything. The two things they say you need in life is duct tape and duct tape to stop things, WD-40 things to get things going. But who actually knows what WD-40 stands for? Does anybody know? Water displacement number 40. It was the 40th attempt to create a water displacement oil. 39 failures. This was a big team of qualified people who knew what they were doing, knew what they were trying to do, and it still took them 39 failures before they got a success. And this is something I use, it's not going to be 39 for every company, it's something I use for all the entrepreneurs to say, you're going to fail. You're doing something, who in their business ideas is building something that they've never built before? Hand up. Who's building something that no one else has ever built before either? Hand up. Brand new, no one's ever done something like you're doing. So even if no one ever's done it, that's even harder. But if you've never done it before, you're not going to get it right first time. There's no way you can get it right first time. So what we encourage people to do is don't put off failure. Don't look for perfectionism. Don't say, I'm going to spend all this time thinking about it and then launch. And that feels safer and then I'll fail. That's actually a worse way to do it. So here are the FLEARNing laps that we talk about. You think about it. You try it, you see the results, you learn from it, and you go again. And every single company I've worked with in StartMate and Pollinizer, every 6 months the business is significantly different than when it started. So Muradi, every company, by the time it comes out the other side. So one of our companies in here, Chatty Kids, was a tablet application that let family overseas, like your grandma overseas, read bedtime stories to your kids. But it finished as an application for the Smith family so that they could actually get two people to teach each other to read. Do you know what Smith family were doing? They were posting out books to two kids and they would ring each other up on the phone. And now on an Android tablet, they can actually read 100 books together and they can read to multiple kids. Amazing. You know what? Smith family can only look after 2,500 kids because of the cost. They're ramping it out to 100,000 kids now because of the technology. 100,000 kids in Australia are going to be able to learn to read faster because of this technology. But what he started was grandma reading to his kids. 6 months he went through laps and laps and laps and laps and laps. This wall is actually a whiteboard. So this is the FLEARNing wall. So every time today, there'll be points for really good FLEARNings. Every time today you've learned something. Every time you have a failure and you go, gosh, we could have done that better. Every time you even learn something from somebody else, or whatever we do today, we're going to write up on the board. I want to end today with a whole wall of learnings. And if you think about it, that's the IP of your business. Some people think about first mover advantage. So you think about your business like, oh, we're the first ones to have this idea. So that's why you keep it to yourself and you don't tell anybody and you perfect it over a couple of years and then you show the world and you get it wrong. The alternate approach is actually to follow this and just learn faster than anybody else. And that way when you launch, you've got the same attitude in place. Google and Facebook and all these new companies, they see these old big businesses that have got big and slow. They're so aggressively focused on fast learning. All of their engineers have to push some code live to hundreds of millions of people within the first month. So because they've got this, even their lawyers and accountants have to have this attitude of fast learning. Otherwise they'll slow down. In this globally competitive world these days, you can't win by holding on to things. You've actually just got to embrace the fast learning and go for it. I've actually been involved in starting more than 100 companies. And that's at least putting a product in front of customers. And I've got 12 of them that are still alive out of 100. 12 of them. But I tell you what, some of our companies, we actually failed them within 6 weeks and for less than $6,000. We had one lady who came to us at Pollinizer. She had $400,000. She had been made redundant, she got a big payout, she mortgaged her house, and she said, I'm going to build my business, I got $400,000. She was going to spend the whole $400,000 on one go. She was going to build a big app and then launch it to the world and hope everyone loved it. And I said, you're crazy. And then she goes, oh, but I'm so excited about this big vision up here. I said, yeah, but you're down here. You got nothing, no customers. She goes, oh, but I need SMS, I need a website, I need a payment gateway. I said, I need a marketing tool. I said, well, why don't we use WordPress? Why don't we use Skype to send the SMSs? Why don't we use PayPal? Why don't we use just put up some Google ads? So for less than $6,000 over an 8-week period, she tested 30 variations of her business without a line of code being written by an engineer. She came in, 2 bottles of champagne and said, Mick, that was a dismal failure. No one wants that at all. You saved me $394,000. Let's party. Like she was seriously like partly relieved, partly scared. But now she's a big advocate of this. It's like you can take, this is what we're going to do today, take existing tools, learn as much as we possibly can. There's another company called Aardvark that you probably never heard of. 6 really smart guys and girls from Stanford University, they wanted to build a tool where you could ask a question into a box. It would route it to someone in the world who's an expert in that area, ask them the question, get the answer, and route it back to them, to the person who asked it. And they actually built it by just having a Google Talk account and using a shared spreadsheet where they listed everyone's names and their expertise. And they used to cut and paste the questions from one Google Talk account to another. They were acquired by Google for $60 million before they even built the product. Google bought them for the IP. They bought them for their failures, basically. Now it's pitching time. So pitching is not just about raising capital. You have to pitch constantly. I've had to pitch 14 times to my wife to have the permission to go and be an entrepreneur, because it's like, I know I can go and get a salary somewhere, and I know I'm at Telstra now on a salary, but 14 times I've gone, okay, I'm not going to do that, I'm going to go and start a new business from scratch. She's like, okay. So Spreet's really helped me in a lot of ways. Happily married to my first wife, so that's really, really good. You've got to pitch to your spouses, you've got to pitch to your business partners, you've got to pitch to customers, you've got to pitch to suppliers. Yes, you've got to pitch to investors, you've got to pitch to media. So today we're going to start by learning how to pitch. What we're going to do is, we've got these pitch sheets. Each team's going to get a pitch sheet. You have to fill it out. And basically what we're going to do, one person in each team is going to stand up in front of everybody and pitch the business back. Very, very quickly. It should take less than a minute to pitch your business.
Hi all, my name is Ewan Tran. Our company name is I Am Dapper. In our team is myself. The customer we help are time-poor men with bad stubble or beards. They need help because they are presented with so much choice in personal grooming products. What our product does is bring everything together to save time. After they use our product, they will look better and be able to spend more time doing the more important things. We will find new customers by marketing to the right audience, and I'm excited to do this because it will actually solve a problem that I experienced personally.
Hi, my name is Harry Allen. Our company name is Cloud9. In our team is me, my mum and my brother. The customer we help is young boys ages 10 to 18. They need help because there is a lack of boys' clothing and merchandise on the northern beaches. What our product does is it gives more boys a bigger range of clothing and merchandise which is affordable. Boys will have a larger choice in pricing product or clothing. We will find new customers by advertising on social media, Instagram and Facebook pages, newspapers and word of mouth. I'm excited to do this because I can relate to the business's target market.
Look, one thing that's so valuable about that is hearing other people pitch their businesses. So a lot of people, again, they sit in their rooms, they think about their ideas, and think. They actually don't get to bounce their thoughts off other people. The most valuable part of this whole room is the 9 other businesses that have been running at the same time. And there's a lot of learning, and there's a little bit of friendly jealousy. Like, oh, those guys are targeting a really interesting customer base, and they thought about that in a different way. What do you think about that? And these guys are knocking down some sales. He's already out and about selling door to door. How come we don't have any sales? So you actually with a big chunk of integrity, a nice bunch of friendliness, you actually, that jealousy turns into ambition and turns into action, which is really, really good to see. But great, fantastic. That's one of the hardest things to do. You won't believe how many people are actually applying to Muru-D to get investment in their product and still lack the courage to stand up in front of an audience and talk about their idea. And there's a couple of things about that. The courage to stand up and actually talk about it. And the second one is to share it. Ideas get better with sharing. It doesn't take it away from it. Again, 100 cups of coffee, I say, it takes to raise capital. And part of the reason is by sharing it with one group, you learn something, some feedback that you didn't know about. Then you go to another group, you learn something else. And you try a different version of your pitch and it gets better and better and better. It gets stronger and stronger and stronger. Plus your network gets better. I pitched to one group and they're like, oh, actually, I know someone who can help you. I know someone who's looking for that. Fantastic. You've got to be pitching, selling over and over and over. Learn time. Okay, I want everyone to jump up. Grab a pen and write one thing you learned from that pitching process or thinking about your business and add it to the Flern board. We're going to have afternoon tea, so you can grab some afternoon tea, write up a lesson you learned. We've got some good ones already. There was one that was raised in the break. Someone was talking about when they do research. So they got about 30 people who said they were interested, and they did research and they asked them lots of questions, and then they said, oh, so would you like to buy the product? And it feels a bit weird, it doesn't quite work. So it's actually a really, really important difference, and we'll see that today. There's a difference between actually research and actually putting a proposition in front of a customer. It's completely different. Everyone's had some coffee. Does anyone really, really want another coffee? Anyone feel like another coffee? I'll go get you one for $100. So see the difference? The first one was research, the next one was an actual proposition. I was trying to find out how much he really wants a coffee. Because that's what gets missed out. It's like, oh yeah, I could quite do with a coffee. $100? Yeah, forget it. That's what people forget is how much do you actually want it? And to begin with, who here would move houses next door to save $5 rent a week? Or $5 in their mortgage? Save $5 a week on rent. Who would move phone companies to save $1 a month? Who would move banks to save $1 a month? No one even would move to these massive institutions that everyone knows for small bits of value, and they're not going to try your new business for small bits of value. This is again why I try to look for, when I think about my customers I'm going after, I think about all of them. So I want the whole world. I want a really, really, really big market, but in terms of how much they want my product, in terms of the pain they're in or the value they get out of it, there are some people down here who get a lot of value, and there are other people up here who get a little bit of value. And the problem is most people, they think the safest thing to do is to open the funnel wide as you possibly can and go, let me build it for everybody, that way I can't fail. But actually what you end up doing is building something that no one really wants. We had one of the first companies we worked in at Pollinizer, they'd raised $2 million and they'd built a platform for sports teams. And it was, they supported 64 different sports in 80 different countries, and there were 16 features. And they said, we just don't get it. How can we be failing when our funnel is so big, we look after so many people? But the problem was they were a little bit good for everybody. They were trying to please everybody at once. And they actually got beaten by a company who had an SMS reminder tool for soccer teams, only focused in Melbourne. That's how they started. So the other company focused down here. They focused on a group that had this massive pain gap. People who would walk across broken glass to get to your product. We had a product once, a startup, and a guy emailed us and said, I've used your product 12 times and it's crashed my computer every single time. And I was like, oh my God, this guy hates us. Can you please tell me when the next version's coming out? I really need it. He's tried it 12 times, like he's down here. So that's what I look for. I look for a 10x value gap, a 10x bit of pain. So we're getting prepared now to actually think about what you're actually going to offer. So when you pitched, one of the reasons I asked the questions that way is because I want you to start thinking about putting words down into a proposition that someone can say yes to. What's the average time you think most people spend on a new website to see whether they'd like it or not? How long do you think people spend on average?
30 seconds to a minute.
30 seconds to a minute? 5 seconds.
10, 15.
10, 15. Sometimes it's less than 2 seconds on a page. Bounce rate, there's like, go to a page. So young kids, multiple devices. Who actually uses multiple devices when they're online? So they've got a phone, an iPad, and the computer. The TV's running. Do you know, people between the ages of 15 and 25 consume, in terms of actual content, they consume 36 hours of content a day. Wow. They can actually consume 36 hours of content in a 24-hour period. because of multitasking. That's just incredible. So how do we actually get their attention? We certainly don't do it by saying, here's a 15-minute video on our product. Here's a really, really long essay on why you should buy our product. You have to be very deliberate. And here's another reason to focus. So if your message says, we have a games product for everyone in the whole world for any kind of game. It's like, well, I only play RPG and I'm in Reykjavik, that's in Iceland. For those, I'm in Melbourne. But if the site said, Sydney kids, age 12, RPG games, swap them today, I'd be like, oh, that's for me. So what I want you to start thinking about is a couple of things to put the offer together. And this is what we're going to put on our home pages. So this is when we start thinking what we might do is either grab rooms or grab whiteboards or grab some more of the sheets of paper. We're just going to brainstorm this. I want to know, what's the product? What are you actually selling? Try to sell me something. What am I actually going to get from this? You can't put it in long terms. You've got to put it in really, really short, fast terms to say, you're going to get this much value. People would have no time. To what customer are you focused on? Don't make them guess. Let me know. A lot of you talked about Google Ads. So if you do Google Ads, you can target, and Facebook and a lot of ways of promoting. You've got a lot of context. You have a really great understanding of who they are before they get to your site. Don't target them really tight and then go broad. If you've targeted 30-year-old left-handed squash players from Surrey Hills who have beards and have no socks on, then put the language around the whole site around that. Again, we talk about focus. So who's the customer we're going after, and at what price? Give me a proposition. Maybe for enterprise software you might say, give me your email or give me your phone number and we'll talk about price. But tell me, and what's the benefit? What's the benefit? But you want to have a short, sharp statement which encapsulates all these things so they know they're at the right place, they know what they're going to get, and they want to click. And the big mistake most people do is to say, here's my business, here are 18 different things you can click. And it's like, what do I do here? Where do I go? Like you go to some websites, you're like, I actually want to buy your product, but I have no idea. Who's been to a website like that? You're like, I really, really want this, but I don't know, I give up, I leave because I can't even do it. Do whatever you can to get them to take an action which helps you. The first action. That could be giving them your email address, it could be calling you up, it could be just clicking a button going to see a demo or signing up. But what we're going to do is go to a website called Wix.com. I found it's the easiest one to create a branded, nice, good website to launch pretty fast. You can spend money to get your own domain name and publish it. You can actually get a free URL, which is all you really need for today. So on your computers, you can go to Wix.com, Wix.com. There's got lots of categories there to choose from. Your first selection really impacts what you're going to create. Try to make sure, this is the only thing I really ask, make sure you pick a website where you can have a really big headline to say what your product is. Don't pick a website which is beautiful and has 4,000 images and 18 different videos and 8,000 links to click. Look, go through the categories which describe your business and pick something which allows you to have a website. So it's a quite intuitive tool to use depending on your skills, but I can come around, I've used it many times to create simple websites. What we're going to create here is the website, a single page, and we're going to promote this website out in the next 45 minutes. So the things you need is an offer to get something and a call to action. We need to track the results of this. So we're trying to get either email addresses to people to call you, to like your homepage, follow you on Twitter. We want some sort of a reaction. Just to be clear, there's a very good chance you're going to throw this website out and never use it again, but the goal is to learn. We're going to put this live for some customers, get some feedback today. So let's check on the results. Did anyone get any feedback from customers? Any testimonials? Any responses on Twitter saying I love it? Any feedback? Got Facebook comments? Got a couple of likes on Facebook? That's great. How many likes? I tell you, this story had this. When I worked at Kazaa, so Kazaa was this massive peer-to-peer file sharing business that was sharing billion music files and movie files illegally every year. And I was hired to try to turn it into actually sell content because the distribution network was so powerful. And what happened was we tried to get content to sell on it, and the only the only company that would actually give us content was a B-grade Bollywood movie about cricket. It was a cricket movie, a B-grade Bollywood. This wasn't even A-grade Bollywood. We put it online and we sold 8 copies of it. We sold 8 copies of it. And the guy who did it was like, I'm so embarrassed, we only sold 8 copies. I said, you know what? No one has ever sold anything by peer-to-peer before. That's 8 more than anyone else in the world has done. We start with 8. Then when we got, the next one was even better. We got 800. And then we got A-grade Bollywood content. We're able to sell 8,000 of those. We got better and better and better. So even if a few likes on Facebook or a few comments, from little things, big things grow. And look, we only did this a couple of hours ago. So this again, embrace the failure. Embrace the positiveness of small steps on the way to a bigger journey. Who felt that moment when they went, gosh, there's a lot of things I can make better, but I just have to get it out? Did everyone really feel that moment? Yeah. And it feels a little bit awkward the first time, but who feels better about it now? Who feels more likely now to be able to go, that wasn't so bad. Yeah, it kind of sucked, but it was kind of okay as well. And it was kind of someone actually came to it instead of thinking, oh, there's that idea I always wanted to do. I just don't have the time. Now no one has any excuse. Time is not the issue. You can absolutely test these ideas really, really super fast. And you can get response back. That's what we're looking for. Not will this business work, is does anyone care? So what we're going to do now is I'm going to give you another set of, another set of sheets. You can use the same sheets you want if you want to go again. We're going to do a quick update to your pitch. And you're going to come up and pitch again. I want to see how far you came. What did you learn? Put your results in. And then we'll go from there.
So my name is Tully and our new name of our company is Buy for a Cause. In our team is my dad Simon and my brother Ethan. The customer we help is basically anyone who needs essentials such as toilet paper, and we can turn it into cold cash, and that can go directly to charities by just scanning a QR code on the back of your essentials. They need help because they aren't as privileged as us living in Australia and also third world countries. What our product does is we raise money for the charity, and it's just simply by buying basic products. After they use our product, they will benefit directly from the funds that are raised, and it'll go to help to make a real difference. We will find new customers by advertising, word of mouth, social media, all that. And I'm really excited because we can make a real difference in people's lives by just going about our normal lives. And our results were we had like 10 people who reached our Facebook status and 7 people who liked the page or something.
My name is Michael. Our company name is Rowdy and Lucky's Cool Game Market. And our team is me and my dad. The customers we help is kids and money-conscious adults. They need help because they want new games but don't have the money. What our product does is give them a market to buy and sell games. After they use our product, they will get new games for old games. We will find new customers by marketing on game sites and word of mouth. I'm excited to do this because it allows kids to have new games and make money. Our results are that we've had 10 views but need a website designer.
That was good. Who felt improved? Some improvement along the way? Fantastic. That was really, really impressive, everybody. And it was just great to see in terms of getting the courage to go up and go pitch your business. That's really important to do. And telling the story over and over and over again, even if it's the same person doing it to the same audience, a little bit better, 100 times, and you get better and better. Excellent. And the difference as well, the difference being able to add traction into your business, even if it's small. Most businesses, some of the businesses in Murray were like, oh, I don't want to put up my traction numbers because we're only at about 10K a month revenue. It's like, do you know how many businesses try to pitch for money who have zero revenue? Companies even have zero product. It's like a small bit of revenue. That's what an investor wants to do, is to pour their funds onto the fire, a small fire to make it grow. So even a tiny bit of traction shows that it's at least moving. So let's see if we did what we wanted to do. Got some notes over there. How quickly can you start a business? Do you think we know now how fast we can start a business? So again, you've got to one of the biggest things I think for Celeste was actually letting go and going, there's a difference between starting a business and again, the 1,000 steps you take to be an enormous business. What else do we have? Low cost startup, absolutely. Who spent $1 today? Other than your EO fees, which are proven by the best EO event ever. And getting others involved, well, we got others involved. So this was one thing, absolutely, is if this is your business and the next step, you really quickly realize if you want to share it and get results, you can't do it in isolation. You've got to, again, get out of the building, you've got to make phone calls. But the biggest thing I see, as soon as you write a line of code or get a developer start working on it, your speed slows down by about 3 weeks in terms of your speed of development. But if you pick up the phone, you can actually just start selling a product, then you go and build a product. How to make a working online business. So the really important point there is working. So there's a difference between functioning. We all had functioning web businesses today to some degree. Somebody could email you and tell them you want to buy. Clunky, non-scalable, pretty awful actually, but that's the first step in getting a working business. A real working business is when you can acquire customers through the front end. They go and get a service they're really happy about, and it generates profitable income through on their side, and you can do it repeatably and at scale. So that's a working business. A lot of people confuse a functioning website for a working web business. Two very different things. Now I say go start a startup. Go and get a small amount of revenue, go and sell something online, get a little bit of money coming in. The cost, so for the $2 it costs to get a domain name and some free WordPress or some free online services. Go and make a product that sells, generate a little bit of revenue, and grow it slowly and slowly and slowly and slowly, slowly, and you'll enjoy every moment of it. One of the beautiful things about being an entrepreneur and doing a startup is you're one step away from every single part of the whole business. One step away from product, one step away from customers, one step away from the finance, one step away from the teamwork, all those elements. And the speed of learning you'll have in the process is something I never regret being a part of. It's fantastic. That's it from me. Thank you so much for having me part of it. Oh, thank you. Thanks.
For more information, visit our website or contact us at info@eonetwork.org.
How are you all? Good? Oh, this isn't YouTube. I'm actually here. You can interact with me. Is that, you're doing well, yeah? Okay, good. Scott asked a really important question, and it's a question that I've been working on with brands, believe it or not, since the late 80s, when technology started becoming a much more pervasive component of what it means to grow your business. And it's been obviously percolating a lot since then. And the truth is, while my second book is called Control Alt Delete, I actually wanted to call it something else. I wanted to call it something that would be more reflective of how I think people like you, business owners, feel about what it means to actually truly connect with consumers in this day and age. So in the spirit of me being able to do what I want once I get up on stage, I'm going to change the title of my presentation. I'm going to call it this today. I hope you're okay with that. You're familiar with what that stands for? Yeah, you are good. It stands for what the for. What did you think it stood for something else? And you'll tell me later. There are these 4 massive movements that have changed what you do forever. And the truth is that most of the businesses that you guys represent haven't even adapted to these 4 things. And that was really the catalyst that drove me to write a second book. I've been running a successful digital marketing agency, really happy growing our client base. But I felt compelled to write this book and talk about these ideas because it just seemed to be this sort of repetitious conversation that I had. And I would have these conversations. I'll do 50 to 60 speaking events every year all over the world. I do B2B, B2C. I work with brands that have small impulse buys. I work with brands that have like year-long, massive procurement-based sales cycles. So the stuff that I talk about, I think, will be sort of holistically reflective of most of the businesses that you represent. And while I get up on stage and I get to blab at you and talk to you very excitedly about the changes, the truth is I get my most value out of what happens before and after the events. And that's when I get to talk with real business leaders about what it means to connect your business and your brand to consumers today. And in all of those journeys and all of the years, I've had a uniform answer when I ask people that question. And most entrepreneurs and business leaders and senior marketing people tell me that they feel like they're in hell, which is a really scary thing to hear when you're in business. And I kept hearing that. I feel like I'm in hell. Why do you feel like you're in hell? Well, the traditional ways of advertising and marketing communications don't seem to be returning the same ROI. They don't have the same resonance. They don't seem to be building the same level of loyalty. On the other side, all the stuff that you crazy bald guys who are dressed in black talk about, it seems new and unsure and uncertain, and I'm not sure where to go with it. And I kept hearing this story again and again. It led me to reflect on my career and when I felt that I was in that moment of hell. And it became very, very obvious to me. And it started actually before Twist Image. It started probably again in the early 90s. And I would sit down with businesses like the ones you all represent, and I would talk to you about the internet and what it's going to do. And I'd be waving my hands, and my hair when I had it was on fire. I'd be really passionate about it. And inevitably, you all had the same comment to me, all of you. You would lean in at the end of that meeting and say to me, tell me again why I need a website. Do you remember those days? That for me was hell, because I knew with certainty that the internet was going to change the way you're going to build your businesses and grow your businesses and your brands. But in full disclosure, I understood where you were at, because at that time, the internet, it could have been a fad. It could have been a trend. And me sitting there passionately asking you to shift advertising and marketing budgets, and me passionately asking you to spend a lot of money on building a web property, and you sitting there going, this may not be something that people use, was a fair accusation back. But if you fast forward to where we're at right now today, and I were to say to you, do you think social media is a fad? Now forget whether or not you're excited about Facebook or Snapchat or whatever. The construct of it, the ability for individuals to use technology as an intermediary to connect and be more social. Do you think that that's going to go away anytime soon? I don't. I think it's a permanent layer of how we operate. It's a fabric of who we are. Mobile, the ability to do this by not being in a fixed location, the ability to access that type of information, any type of information anywhere. Do you remember when you would say to people, sorry, I got to break this meeting off, I got to go back to my office to check my email? Remember that? It doesn't seem like that long ago, but it seems like the craziest thing ever because we have all this access everywhere. So nobody here is saying, yeah, no, for sure it's going to change. In fact, we could see being more and more pervasive. You could look to things like Google Glass and other technologies that we are going to have connectivity to information basically when and where we need it as we're mobile versus going to a fixed destination. Analytics and data, right? The ability for you to know in real time whether or not whatever it is you're producing is actually resonating and working, your ability in real time to change it or tweak it or put out another version of it and do testing on it. Do you think that that's going to go away? I mean, no, clearly that's there. Now, I'm not going to put you on the spot and say, so how are you doing? But if I were to ask you to really candidly in the darkest of nights, rank your business on 1 to 10 about how you score in terms of proficiency across just those 3 areas, how would you score? See, you're not in hell. You're in purgatory. Purgatory is knowing with certainty that these things have fundamentally changed your business forever, and yet you're doing little to nothing to maybe a little bit about it. You're not fully taking advantage of these massive shifts to make you that much more successful. And so what I'm going to do with my time is walk you a bit through this construct of purgatory and what it means to be relevant by walking you through these 4 movements that have taken place. The first movement is the ability for you to create direct relationships. Now you might be saying, that's the stupidest movement I've ever heard of. That's basically all we do. And all we do as a business is try and build direct relationships with a customer. And I would say to you, fair, that's true. But I believe your perception of a direct relationship is based off of you having a direct relationship with your customer instead of your competitor. Would that be fair? And you're trying to build direct relationships because you don't want your competitors to have them, because if they do, they get the business and you don't. In the past 5 years, the construct of what the direct relationship is has fundamentally changed again. And what's happening now is there's actually a war for the direct relationship, not just with all of your competitors, which you will have and you will always have, but now you're having a battle for the direct relationship with the customer, with every single person or business in the food chain of the things you offer to the customer. I'm going to repeat that. The new battle for the direct relationship that all of you are facing is the battle with everybody in the value chain of services and brands and products that you offer to the customer. So I'm going to walk you through this. What I want you to do is forget that you're entrepreneurs, forget that you're business people, and just be a customer, like I was. I was a customer one day, and I went out and bought a pair of Beats by Dre headphones, okay? Now, I jokingly tell people, if you're over the age of 20, don't buy Beats by Dre headphones. You look like a dork. Ever walk by Bay Street, you see these guys in a three-piece suit and the neon yellow headphones, and they're like walking around, you're like, you look ridiculous. Anyways, so Beats by Dre is a brand that I've been extremely passionate about long before Apple bought them for billions of dollars. Do you remember when these headphones came out? I mean, it wasn't that long ago. It's probably, let's call it 10 years. And they came out in a really interesting time, right? If you were to think about what a $500 or $600 headphone sounds like in your brain, it's probably those Bose Quiet Comfort headphones. You know the ones I'm talking about? The ones that are always relegated to rows 1 through 6 on Air Canada, right? Those are the headphones. And on the other side, you had this other thing happening. There was these white earbuds. Right, remember those? When you would sit on the GO train and you'd see someone else with the white earbuds and it was like, whoa, what's up? It's like you had a secret language because you knew, nobody else knew, but you knew. And then there was this crazy other component where to battle these white earbuds and these high energy, high priced products, you had all of the other competitors, and this could be Sony, Skullcandy, whoever. It was this crazy race to the bottom, right? Like earbuds were being sold at like the gas station for $5. We had the introduction of brands like Skullcandy, crazy colors and things for $19.99. And it got really insane. These guys come out and they're like, no, we're gonna go really high end, $500 to $600 headphones for everybody. And what do? They advertised like crazy. They were in TV, they were billboards, they were magazine ads. Jimmy Iovine on American Idol, do you remember? He used to sit there with the headphones. How weird did that look? You'd see all these people just wearing headphones everywhere. Like, you're on TV, why are you wearing headphones? It's not like you're gonna put them on and listen to something. Product placement. And we started seeing this with athletes. And then if you just move that all away and think about what they were doing in terms of digital, they were doing websites, they were doing email marketing, they were doing search, they were doing on and on. On social, follow us on Facebook, like us on Twitter, subscribe to my YouTube channel, on and on, right? So this is like the ultimate fighting championship. I buy these headphones and I'm tapping out. I'm like, fine, there's so much advertising. I'm gonna go onto Facebook and like the brand. So I go on, as of this morning, they've got 7.5 million people who like this brand. But remember, we're talking about the battle for the direct relationship with the customer. See, the thing is, when I bought them at Target, or as we like to call them in Canada, Target. And Target is also a really fascinating brand. We live in a country where it's more fascinating because we're watching them sort of stumble, which is a strange thing to see, I have to admit. And full disclosure, Walmart's a client of mine, so it's a very strange place to be. But you can't deny whether or not, and I do believe they'll resolve their issues, this is a juggernaut of branding and marketing. And we felt it because we felt this massive brand like enter into Canada. So we saw it in the TV ads, in the billboards, in the print ads, in the FSIs. We saw it everywhere. We also saw it digitally. Was Target telling you to like them on Facebook, to follow them on Twitter, to subscribe to their YouTube channel, to follow them on Pinterest? I mean, of course they were. They're doing all the things most of us are doing. So I like them. We shop there. Cool brand. So as of this morning, 23 million people have liked this brand on Facebook. Battle for the direct relationship. Who do you think is most entitled to have the direct relationship with Mitch Joel here? Do you see what's happening? Now it's not just the competitors, it's everybody in the food chain. Before you answer that though, it's a bizarre love triangle like that song from the 80s. So there's another component of this, because if I'm the customer and I've liked them on Facebook, I'm also on Facebook. Facebook is a brand, so Facebook has my data. So I'm going to ask you to do some audience participation, which, by the way, I'll let you know, as a speaker, I hate also. So I'm not going to make you stand up and massage each other or anything like that. All I'm going to ask is that choose. I want you to really think about your business and this sort of relationship and ask yourself, who do you think is most entitled to the direct relationship with this bald guy on stage? Is it Beats by Dre the brand? Is it Target the retailer? Or is it Facebook because I'm on their platform? So raise your hands if you think it's Beats by Dre the brand. Everyone's got to participate. If you don't, I'm just going to keep doing it until we all participate. So that should encourage you a little. Okay, cool. How many people think it's the retailer, Target? I love it. I shop there all the time. I'm dedicated. I want to see the savings. I want to see what's going on. Raise your hands. How many people think Target? A couple people, none. Okay. How many people think it's Facebook? I'm on Facebook. They own my. Okay. It's a pretty normal response. It's sort of, I ask audiences this a lot. There actually is a solid answer to the question. I'm going to give you the answer, okay? So were we not here today for EO? It's EO right now. Is it EO? I always get confused with the one. It's EO. And this was a corporate event for Beats by Dre. And all of you were employees of Beats by Dre, and I was a keynote speaker. I would tell you that you should have the direct relationship with Mitch Joel, the customer, okay? But if this weren't a corporate event for Beats by Dre, and all of you were employees for Target, I would tell you that you should own the direct relationship with Mitch Joel. Do you see where this is going? And if this were Facebook, and all of you were Facebook employees, which by the way, based off of their growth is a statistic possibility, I would tell you that you should own the direct relationship with Welcome to Purgatory. See, this is the thing. Every day that you wake up as entrepreneurs, I want you to understand that you are battling for the direct relationship with the customer, not just with your competitors, but with everybody in the food chain. You can take this story, you can apply it to B2B, you can apply it to B2C. It does not matter. I wrote that book. It's orange. It's on your table. It's called Control Alt Delete. It is published by Hachette Book Group, the largest book publisher in the world. Hachette will be asking you to follow them on Twitter, to like them on Facebook. Within Hachette, they own two massive publishing companies. One is Little Brown, one is Grand Central. I happen to be on Grand Central. Grand Central is asking you to like them on Facebook and follow them on Twitter and subscribe to their YouTube channel. In Grand Central, I happen to be on the business label, which is called Business Plus. Business Plus is asking you to like them on Facebook, follow them on Twitter. I'm the author. I'm asking you to like me on Facebook. Barnes & Nobles is asking you to like them on Facebook. Walmart.com is asking you to like them. Every place the book is sold is trying to get your attention to have the gateway to that final thing. This is the nature of relationships. And so when I talk about this, I see sort of light bulbs go off when people nod their heads and go like, I see where this is going. It's a new landscape about what you have to do to create value. The next question I get asked, and particularly audiences like this where they're entrepreneurs and they're very involved in the business, is what does it look like though? Like who's done this well? So I have a couple of examples of people who've owned this direct relationship in a very profound and powerful way. How many of you know who Bethany Moda is? Raise your hand. Anyone? How old is your daughter? 13? Is it creepy when a guy asks a mother how old her daughter is? Especially in the world we live in today at the CBC, I guess it's extra creepy, but yeah. I was actually gonna say, I bet you have a 13-year-old daughter. So, how many of you have a 13-year-old something in your life, a niece, whatever? Okay, so I have young kids, but I have a niece who's 13 years old, and I don't know how you guys are when you want to be an uncle and stuff, or aunt. I want to be the cool uncle, you know what I mean? I always want to be the cool uncle, and I've always wanted to be the cool uncle. And this happened to me, and I realized I had crossed the line. I'd gone from cool uncle to old uncle, because I didn't know who Bethany Moda was, just like everybody in the room. I was like, I had no idea. And my niece who's 13 is like, I can't believe you don't know Bethany Moda, it's ridiculous. And this is like on her iPhone. So I'm like, well, who is she? She's like, well, you're in digital. I'm like, you're involved in Google. So how do you not know Bethany Moda? I don't know who she is. She does videos on YouTube. She does? Yeah, she does videos like this one.
Hey guys, so you're probably wondering right now, Bethany, why are you not sitting in your spinning chair and why are you so often be sitting on your bed? That is because today I am doing my room tour. Oh my gosh, this video was requested so much. Like literally every time I post a video, or even like on Facebook or Twitter, everybody was like, we want to see a room tour, post a room tour, Bethany. I'm like, I'm sorry. So this is the day I'm finally going to be showing you guys my room tour because it was requested so much, and I know you guys have been waiting a long time.
Don't worry, I'm not going to torture you. I'm a giver, I give. I watched this 18.5-minute video for you. 18.5 minutes. Let me tell you something. She doesn't have an ensuite bathroom. There's no walk-in closet here. I mean, it's a teenager's room. It's basically the size of a prison cell, right? We all know that, right? It's like, I mean, if you stretch your arms out wide enough, you're basically touching wall here. But Bethany is not unlike other 13-year-old girls who converge at the Eaton Center and make their way through it and then head to the food court and hang around talking about their haul. You know, did you check out this lipstick? Oh my God, the lip gloss, you see the perfume, you see him, and Daddy was over there, that. And what they do now, because of connected technology, is they go onto places like YouTube and they share their haul stories, and they've become expanded to here's my room, this is what's in my purse, and all these things that most of you are currently sitting here shaking your head in disbelief about. I want to point out the view number on this video. I didn't make it up, that's as of this morning. She cracked past 9 million views. Now, when somebody has a video that has 9 million views, this is the business I'm in, and typically you go, wow, you are what we would call viral. Okay, this thing is working for you. We did some work on TD, the ATM thank you thing you might have seen, a bit past 9 million views. I could talk a little bit about how much media was spent to make it go to 9 million views, but that's another story. And then I was like, well, let's see how she actually does as a real YouTuber. So I hopped over to her general page to see how many subscribers she has. And I don't know if you can see up here, but she's got about 7.5 million subscribers. This is astonishing, okay, because she's got 9 million views on this video and 7.5 million subscribers. Why is this astonishing? Because she's doing something in media called over-indexing. Over-indexing is, I used to publish music magazines back in the late 80s, and I would go out to advertisers and go, I have a circulation of 50,000 copies. And by the way, every issue has a pass-along of 3 people. As they pass it along, they talk, it sits on coffee tables too, so it has a long shelf life. And then at the end of the month, we would take the magazines that were left over, and we'd be like, you know, where's the recycling bins? And we see this with newspapers and magazines and even traditional media, right? They talk about viewership and things, but it's not really, what does that mean? She's over-indexing, it's very real. If you look at her other videos, this one was posted 2 weeks ago, it's got 3.3 million videos. You'll see here that as you go further and further down, she gets an aggregate going of like 5 million every single video, on and on. She's got a very powerful direct relationship with her audience. Bethany Mota does not want you to know who she is. She doesn't care about you. She cares about her niche, which is 13 to 16-year-old girls interested in fashion. And she dives very, very deep into building a very powerful and profound and valuable relationship with her. So much so that when she decides to start on Instagram and share pictures, oh, sorry about that. I'll show you the Instagram thing after, actually. Do you guys know who he is, though? Yeah. Who's he? John Oliver. He has a new show. What's it called? This week, last week live, this week live, last week tonight, something like that. Now, John Oliver, he used to be on another show. It was Daily Show with Jon Stewart on Comedy Central. This guy's show is on HBO, yeah. Oh, you guys were pretty well informed about this guy. Yeah, so John Oliver leaves Comedy Central to go to HBO to do this show, and it becomes this big thing. Billboards in Times Square, crazy promotion for this. John Oliver's going to have his own show, crazy, crazy, crazy. Lots of print. Show debuts Sunday night, 9 p.m., okay? I go to the Hollywood Reporter the next day, and this is what I see. The TV ratings for John Oliver's HBO series opens strong. I like the subtitle more. The new Sunday Talker nabs over 1 million viewers at 11 p.m. Let me replace that. 7.5 million subscribers, 1 million viewers at 11 p.m. 7.5 million subscribers, 1 million viewers at 11 p.m. How much money and promotion and production do you think it costs to do the John Oliver show? How much production and energy do you think Bethany Mota is putting in here? You can say John Oliver is much more popular. You can, and that's fine. That's not the point. My point is that you can build direct relationships speaking to your niche in a very profound way with very limited resources if you can be relevant to that audience. And the transferability of it, like the Instagram instance that I wanted to share with you, is very powerful because she'll go onto Instagram and get 4 million people who will follow her simply because she is now providing value with Instagram. Instagram, photos, quick, very, very shareable, very friendly, very easy. And then the question becomes, can you take somebody who's in these social spaces and doing excessively well speaking to an audience and try and make it really scale, like really scale? And the answer is you can. Aeropostale, the retailer, struggling retail, I mean, that business is a tough business, that teen sort of fashion thing. It's a very changing, ambient thing. They're struggling. What they decide to do is they decide to call up Bethany and ask her if she'd be interested in doing a clothing line. And so Aeropostale launches this clothing line with Bethany Moda. I have a very close friend who some of you might know. Her name is Joey Adler Berdugo. She does the One by One Foundation. She's also the president and head of Diesel Clothing. And when I heard this story, I went over to Joey and I was like, Joey, do these work when celebrities do these clothing lines? Because you keep hearing about them, but like, do you ever see people wearing this? Does it work? And she said, usually it's like a 1 to 2 year cycle to make it happen, from doing the deal to getting the designs and blah, blah, blah. 95% of the time, total failure. It just doesn't work. And I was like, wow, that's interesting. She goes, but why are you asking? I said, because when Bethany did her summer clothing line, she probably disappointed your daughter because she couldn't get any of this stuff because it sold out so fast. Her clothing line did so well that they did Bethany Moda Summer Line 2, and it sold out. And it did so well that they did a perfume line, which you can see bottom left, and it did so well that they just launched her new clothing series this past week and sold out in Montreal. And then I was over by the Eaton Center and we saw a picture that I'll show you later. And then she gets to go on the cover of 17 magazine. And you might be saying, I don't know, she sort of does look a little bit more familiar than I thought. Might be because she was on the cover of Fast Company last month. You may also recognize her though if you're walking by the Eaton Center and walk into Aeropostale or by it. This is what you'll see. I took this shot last night. This is what you'll see when you walk. You can't even see the store. It's just Bethany as soon as you walk by the store. You might also recognize her if you watch Dancing with the Stars. She was on Dancing with the Stars this season on ABC. Have any of you seen this show? A couple of you? Only because your daughter's forcing you to watch it? Is that what's going on? And unfortunately, as you probably know, you have to watch the whole show, right? Because they make Bethany dance last. Do you know why Bethany dances last? Because nobody will watch. She has such power that people are watching, staying to they put her on last because that's how the audience stays. They realize that when they take her off, the audience completely tanks. That's the power. And so if you're sitting here going, I don't get it, is this bald guy telling us that I need to be Bethany Moda? The answer is no. I'm not saying you need to be Bethany Moda, but I kind of am saying that you need to find the Bethany Moda within. You know, you need to find who it is within your business that can create that level of content and direct relationship to build that value. And I'm saying this because the competitive nature of business is scaling disproportionately. Everybody is vying for that direct relationship because if you don't have it, all the intermediaries absolutely will. So if you understand the ability to have this direct relationship, I'm going to move into the next movement, which is something I call sex with data. Now, why do I call it sex with data? Because if I just call it data, you're going to be like, oh, it's going to be so boring. We're going to talk about analytics. If I call it sex with data, you're going to be like, what's he going to talk about, right? It's not why I call it that. The way most of you work is very linear in terms of the information that you're capturing. And it's not your fault that you're doing this, it's just the nature of information. It's always been that way, it's been linear. So let's say it's a TV ad. What do you know? You put a TV ad out there, how many viewers, whatever, did sales sort of increase later? Ooh, it's tough to know. Or at Billboard, what do you know? They're telling me X amount of cars drove by, radio stations, we have listeners, email. Mitch@twistimage.com. So did I send something to him? Did he receive it? Did he open it? Did he click on something? It's linear. What's happened in the past 5 years is that there's been an entirely new influx of information that becomes accessible to you. And that information resides right here, and I call it circular data. I call it circular data because it's nothing that you can really ask for, it's nothing that you can really own, it's nothing that you can really manipulate. It's information that simply exists, that's usable. And it's information that all of us, you guys, are creating and willfully putting up onto this thing we call the internet. You're doing it on LinkedIn, you're doing it on Twitter, you're doing it on Facebook, you're doing it if anybody even writes about you, information goes up there. And suddenly what you have is a perspective of a customer that you never had before. In fact, if you actually go and look at things like marketing research, what we're hearing more and more is that the value of demographics and psychographics has significantly decreased in terms of its ROI value. Isn't that crazy? Like my ability to target as an advertiser is getting suckier. Like, what do you have left? Well, you have this. What's happening is that the smartest businesses are realizing that it's not about demographics and psychographics. I'm actually able to narrow this down to what we would call the market of one. So I live in Montreal, and we have the Metro stores. And do you guys have it here, the Metro and Me, or the IGA thing, where it's like the card thing? So my wife has this in Quebec, it's Metro et Moi. And she scans it all the time, and she gets her savings. And then at the end of the week or whatever, she gets these coupons. If you look at these coupons, they're the freakiest coupons in the world because they're exactly the things she either buys or the things that are completely related to it. Metro does not produce 2 same sets of coupons for any customer in Canada. It is completely unique to my wife's shopping experience. And because of that, you can be sure that instead of going to whatever is closest, we're going to that store, even if we're somewhere else, because they have that and it's good and it's valuable to her. And so you have this world where we have on the left-hand side all of these silos of information. You've got email addresses, search campaigns, databases, and all this. Very few of them talk together. My friend Brian Pearson, he's the head of Loyalty One, he talks about this as data ghettos. And on the right-hand side, you have all this social information, right? Mitch on Twitter, Mitch on Facebook, Mitch doing YouTube. Like, I'm really excited to connect the things that are relevant to me. And then the question becomes, how do you take this information and bring it together to get yourself to the market of one? Now, before I walk you through how I do this, I want you to understand that my role, Scott's very kind introduction is fair, but I've done a lot of other things. I sat as the chairman of the board of directors of the Canadian Marketing Association, and I take privacy very, very seriously. So I don't want you to think there's a guy up here talking about things that make me feel very uncomfortable. When I talk about sex with data, what I'm trying to have businesses understand is that you have a very serious role in the next 5 years explaining to your customers the massive chasm that exists between privacy and personalization. We have done a terrible job of this in the public zeitgeist, and because of that, anytime we talk about my ability to make your experience better, it comes back with a shucking, like there's no way you're going to be able to do this, and it sounds like you're trying to breach my privacy and you want my information. Bell just had that problem in the media, right? Bell came out and said, we want to change our terms of service to understand your usage better so that we can give you more contextually relevant things, and everyone, privacy, privacy, privacy. No, I read this stuff, it's not true. Privacy should always be in a locked box. Don't touch it. My name, my personal information. What I do want you to do is be communicative enough where your customers want you to take their usage to make their experience better. You look cynical, right? I'm going to move you through this so you understand where I'm going. What we have now is a world where this information is siloed, and so it's separate. To date, as businesses, we have simply been fooling around with the data. Now, the smartest businesses are having sex with data. They're really bringing it together. So again, if you're cynical about it, let me walk you through a couple of examples. How many of you have ever shopped at Amazon? All of us have, right? There's maybe 1 or 2 holdouts, but basically everyone has. How many of you have ever heard of the Price Check app? Raise your hands if you've heard of Price Check. Okay, 1 person, great. Here's how Price Check works. Last night, I'm in Dundas Square. I see Best Buy. I'm like, awesome, I've been dying for this Nikon Coolpix camera. I go into Best Buy, they have it. Awesome. I take out my smartphone, I open up my Amazon Price Check app, I can take a picture of the camera, I can say what it is, I can scan the barcode, I can finger type in what it is. This app will spit back to me how much that camera is at Amazon. Do you think Best Buy likes this app? No, it's called showrooming, right? We go into a showroom or store or business, and I'm able to compare or get reviews right there in line, and I have access to information that you probably never would have wanted anybody to see, or you did and you don't care, and whatever. Okay? So, you've all shopped on Amazon. I've just told you about Price Check. Only 1 person had heard about it. How many people in here are completely insulted that this app exists? They find it a complete breach of privacy, and they think it's a disgusting tactic by Amazon to capture more data about you. How many people are like, hot damn, I'm downloading it now, this thing's awesome. How does it feel to have sex with data? Do you feel violated at all? Okay? I'm talking about consensual sex with data. And you just had it, and you loved it, and it felt so good. Think about what happened here. Amazon knows everything about you. I jokingly say that Amazon knows more about me than my spouse does, right? And it's true. We had last Father's Day, my wife is like, you're impossible to shop for. I'm like, it's true, but every day I get like 20 things from Amazon that I totally want in my email. Now, how is this possible, right? They do. They know stuff about us that most other people don't know. I just introduced a product that is physically tracking you in every store. It's looking at the things you are looking to buy, and it is taking that information and applying it to your data set to feed you more contextually relevant things. Hey, why don't we have an orgy with data? Let's do that. So you're doing this at Dundas Square, I'm doing this in Montreal now. Now Amazon is able to capture information and variances based off of geography, location, product SKUs, how people are moving through stores. I would argue that Amazon knows more about the retail environment than the Retail Council of Canada probably does, right? Nobody in here is offended. Why? Because if I told you that from now on Amazon, you can't use the one checkout to buy, you gotta enter your credit card every time, you'd be like, this is bullshit. And that's my point. When you provide a level of relevancy and value to the consumer, it's not that they feel begrudged that they're giving more information. They're happy to give that information because it's being used in a way that makes it more beneficial to them, and in return, you yourself are having a better business experience from them. So when I talk about sex with data, I'm talking about it at the level of value to the customer so that they become more embraced to your business. Do you follow that? And businesses are doing this. You don't just have to be Amazon. You guys are familiar with Beyond the Rack? Montreal-based company. If you've ever bought for them or connected them, you can't buy from them. You have to join. You have to become a member. And when you become a member, they connect to you. Why would Beyond the Rack ever show you anything you don't want to buy? Once you connect to them and they're connected to you and they're seeing what you're sharing and what your interests are, they're able to skew the product line to be way more relevant to your type of shopping. No more waste. Totally relevant, and the business model works. They're leveraging very, very little and minor technology. This technology exists in what we call the cloud. Some of it is free, like Google Analytics. Some of it is just membership-based, so you pay for it as you use it, or you pay for it by... It's pretty cheap and reasonable. You no longer have to sleep with the IT guy to change the IT roadmap, right? Like, you can actually just, simple line of code, dump this stuff in, and off you go to the races. And so your ability as a business now, especially entrepreneurs who are very lean and running things lean, to leverage this technology to be better, creating more personalized experiences is parallel to success, and it's there. So you can create these direct relationships, you can leverage sex with data, and then my favorite movement is this one. It's the ability to create utility. And this is like a really important and huge thing, because suddenly this isn't just about advertising. Suddenly you can actually do something more. You can create something that people will actually want to use and connect with. So how did I come up with utility? Well, I was thinking about physical spaces, offices and businesses. So my office in Toronto is at Spadina in front. I would love to put my office out by the airport. It's so much cheaper. As an entrepreneur, I think you can appreciate that. But if I do that, I can't attract that type of talent to I just can't do it. Physical stores, why are physical stores where they are? Because there's foot traffic, people come by. So it actually has nothing to do with anything other than real estate. And there's a new real estate in town, and it's that. And the real estate in town is that person's tablet screen or your laptop screen. That's the new real estate. And as a business, you have to figure out, how do I get a piece of that real estate? Because I need it. And I realized the answer to that question is scary. So how did I come to this? Well, I was looking at things like pieces of data. One piece of data was 25% of these branded apps get downloaded, used once and never again. Doesn't sound like a good investment. I read another piece of data that said 17% of these branded apps get downloaded and never opened. And then I thought, maybe I don't have something on this utility thing. Maybe it's not working. But then I thought more and I realized the data was wrong. It was lying. They were talking about apps that suck. Right, you guys use apps all day. I was watching you. What type of apps do you use? You use apps that are utility, that provide value to your life, that aren't screaming at you, we have a sale or it's 50% off. You use apps that actually augment your experience. And so my question then became, are there brands that are creating utility in these spaces? And guess what, there are. So I know what you guys sort of do, and if you're anything like me, you probably travel a lot. I travel a ton. I do about 150,000 miles every year up there. And when I travel, whenever I go to a different city, no matter where it is, I like to know where a clean bathroom is, wouldn't you? There's an app for that. And the app is called Sit or Squat. And this is the app. Oh, you laugh, you're gonna be downloading it in 5 seconds. The way the app works is it's based off of a wiki platform, which means anybody can edit it, right? So you choose the city where you are, knows where you are. It'll tell you how close you are to a clean bathroom. You can rate the bathroom 1 to 5 stars. You can leave a comment. You can add a bathroom. It'll tell you which bathrooms are handicap accessible. It'll tell you which bathrooms have changing tables for kids, all brought to you by the good people at Charmin, Procter & Gamble, the toilet paper company. Think about that. I'm sure, I mean, I sit in these creative brief meetings all day. Hey, what are we gonna do in mobile? I know, let's do a thing where like you scan the barcode and you get a coupon. I know, this is like a video game. You have the red bear and the blue bear and everybody picks toilet paper off the ass and the person with the most points gets stupid. Somebody in there like said, stop, hold up. Why don't we create something that moms would love? Why don't we create something that people who travel would love? We're gonna do coupons and all this other crap. We're gonna do all this stuff anyways. Why don't we actually create something that people would keep maybe in their travel folder on their iPhone, like I do? And so you start seeing brands get really smart in terms of creating tools that we as business people or parents would love to have. And then the thing becomes, well, maybe we're not Charmin and Procter & Gamble and we're not that smart. We can't develop something like this from scratch because we don't have a budget. Great, technology serves and helps all. Technology takes care of that for you. Another great example that really demonstrates this is something called Dish Tip. This isn't created by a brand, but I just want you to have a framework of how you can take something that exists and turn it into something more if you're just a little bit smart. How many of you have ever used Yelp or OpenTable to check out a restaurant, right? We all have. Do you like it? It's like, man, why is every restaurant 73%? 73% is the worst number ever, right? It's like not the best and it's not bad, so I have no clue. And there's like 50,000 reviews, and who has time to do that, right? So these young people were looking at it, and this isn't an app, it's just a mobile website, and they were like, you know what? Why don't we open up the text, because you can go to what's called the Open API, it's like the database is there, and let's look for every mention of a specific dish. And then what we'll do is wherever you physically are in the world, when you hit it, it'll tell you off of your general location what the best dishes are in your vicinity. Suddenly someone took what already exists and made it more useful. You can do this too. I'm not sure how, because I don't know all of your individual businesses, but it's smart. Take something that exists, parse it, slice it, make it more relevant to your audience. So now you're not building from scratch. You can just leverage what already exists. Really, really smart application. The other thing that makes utility so fascinating is it isn't just about apps and websites. You can transcend that to physical spaces. When people talk about convergence, especially in Canada, we tend to remember like Bell and the internet and this whole really weird period. When I think of convergence, I think real convergence is happening right now. And I believe the true convergence that we're going through with business is the convergence of the digital and the physical becoming one. But there isn't digital and physical, it's simply together. And my favorite example of this is Lego. Do you guys like Lego? Who doesn't like Lego? We all love Lego. I only don't like Lego when it's 3 in the morning and you step on that little red square piece and otherwise I totally love Lego. Lego has been opening up a lot of stores. Have you been to the Lego store? They're small. It's weird. In a world of Toys R Us and Target and Walmart, small little stores for one, that's gonna be a tough go. What are you doing? They knew that if they wanted to get customers to come to the store, they would have to do something to create that value, to add the utility to it. And they honed in on a very profound insight that I'm going to share with you. Reflect back to when you were a young pup, standing in the department store or toy store. Do you remember the wall of Lego? You'd grab a box from the wall and you'd stare at the box and you'd be like, wow, can I do that? Can I actually build what's in this box? Now, we all did the same thing next. Do you remember what we do? We would take the box, hold it next to our ear and shake it. Do you remember? The pieces would rattle around. Either we did this or our parents did this. As if that's any indication as to whether or not you have the competency to build what's inside. This is what we did. So what Lego did is they built these things in their stores called the digital box. Now how the digital box works is like this. When you walk into the store and you hold your Lego in front of it, it actually builds what's inside the box on the screen using a technology called augmented reality. And it does this, it's 3D animation. It shows you which parts move, it shows you how to build it, it shows you the figurines so you really understand what you're getting and you have an idea as to how easy or hard it might be. I mean, think about it. They could have just built a machine that goes, how would you like your coupon, you know? Let me give you a VIP pass, thank you for signing up. Very sort of narcissistic and selfish. Instead, they went the path of utility. And so suddenly you have this world where everywhere you go, you don't have to scream at your customers. You don't have to take your dorky press releases and put them on Facebook and then complain that Facebook doesn't work. You don't have to take your crappy corporate videos, put them on YouTube and go, YouTube doesn't work, nobody cares. You have to understand that in text, images, audio, and video, God has given you a gift, and it's called the internet. And you have the ability to create value within each and every channel. I hear this with YouTube all the time. YouTube advertising, it's so expensive, it doesn't work. Why would you try to be selling in YouTube when you can be joining and becoming part of the culture? See, that's what Bethany Mota did. She's not trying to sell, she's trying to be a part of the culture. And YouTube has its own culture, and Facebook has its own culture. Facebook is charging you so much now because you were doing stupid shit, like posting things that said, like this if you like Thursday. You got so bad and bored in what you could do that you just put so much junk out there that Facebook realized if they keep letting you do this, everyone's gonna leave Facebook because it's gonna suck. And Facebook's theory is if I charge you for it, maybe you'll think twice about it. They're trying to do something good for it. And there's another side to it too, and I'm happy to discuss that. But the truth is what they're looking for and what you should be trying to do is build value within the channel, not just try and scream at it, right? And so if you understand this power of the direct relationship, the ability to have sex with data, the ability to leverage utility, the last movement I want to share with you really quickly is what I call the one-screen world. And you might be surprised to hear me say the one-screen world because you're probably familiar with the 3 screens. Right? TV, computers, and mobile. Some people say the 4th screen is the tablet. I might argue that. I think we currently live in the one-screen world, where the only screen that matters is the screen that's in front of me. Screens are everywhere, they're connected, they're ubiquitous, I can get whatever I need on them, they're there. So, why do I say this? Because a lot of people will look at the world and go, it's impossible to get your, how are you going to get your message through in a world like this? Look how disruptive it is. Look at all this. It's impossible, right? This slide might as well be 6,000 years old at this point. My niece, who's 20 years old and lives in the city, when she was 16, she would come home from high school, she would take her laptop out of her knapsack, she would sit at the couch, open up the lid, turn on the TV, put in her earbuds, iPod, and she had a BlackBerry. It's like she was running NORAD, right? She's got a whole... Now she comes home at 20, she takes out her iPad, and that's it. Screens are there. Everything she needs is primarily there. Twitter will walk into your office and tell you that they're the perfect complement to TV, like they're the 2nd screen for TV. And I would argue, and in fact I just did an event at Twitter in San Francisco and they did not like this part, but it's true. Because when you're watching TV, your right eyeball is not on your Android device while your left eyeball is on the TV. You're watching Scandal and you're like, oh my God, I can't believe she did that. And then you go into Twitter, you're like, right, the only screen that matters is the screen that's in front of you. They're everywhere, they're ubiquitous, they're connected. And contextually, you need to really understand what it means to communicate and move your message in and out of that screen. You have to think about it differently. They're not different silos. They're really all connected now, and it is one screen world, absolutely. Think about it this way. This man came down from the mountains and gave us tablets as a people, right? It's only happened twice. Moses and Steve Jobs, and that's it, right? Have you seen these videos on YouTube where the cat can figure out how to find the pictures and stuff on YouTube? They have this, right? But totally have this. These things are very powerful. You all have a smartphone or a tablet or something, right? You all have one of these? Who has a smartphone or a tablet? Raise your hand. All of us do, right? Where do you keep the instruction manual for it?
Did it come with one?
That was the right question. She said, did it come with one? The answer is no. Why would you need an instruction manual for it, right? Like you turn it on and you hit that stupid button and everything's there, right? And if it crashes, you just hit the button again and it comes back. We go into these cycles and we forget how profoundly massive these changes are to our business. Do you know what just happened here? We have hit a massive inflection point in what changes between how consumers interact with brands, and it's simply this, that technology has finally removed technology from technology. You don't need an instruction manual. It's intuitive, it's easy. We gave my mother an iPad for her 75th birthday. I'm like, Mom, if you can't figure this out, we're gonna have to put you down. I mean, there are cats on Facebook who can completely, it is that simple and easy to use. And so you need to understand that as you see all these barriers and think about IT roadmaps and the complexities of it, that the consumer simply sees it as this completely ubiquitous, simple, and easy to use platform that's absolutely astounding. I wanted to give pause and show you a picture of the cutest human being ever created. Behold, which isn't true because 3 years ago I had the second cutest human being ever created. It's not even true. 8 months ago, I had the third cutest human being ever created, and I think I'm done now. But that's a picture of my son. You can see he's grown up quite a bit. I took this picture when he was 1.5. Now, don't panic. He doesn't always wear a helmet. He's wearing a helmet because it's a motocross app. And he realized that the guy in the motocross app has a red helmet, and he has his red helmet he's a genius, this kid. And he's 1.5 here. I took this picture, and I was working at home one day, and my wife says, come to the den, I want you to see what your son's doing. It's my first child, so I go to the den, I'm like all excited, like, whoa, what are you doing? And I stopped just shy of the den because I realized, wait a second. She didn't say come and see what our son is doing. And she certainly didn't say come and see what my son is doing. She said come and see what your son is doing. That's code for not good. So I walk into the den and my son is standing in front of my big screen TV and he's going like this on the TV, right? I'm sure you had an experience like this. They touch their nose and it's disgusting. All over the TV. And 1.5 years old, so very limited vocabulary. He looks back and he sees me and he goes, Dada, broken. And then he said Angry Birds, which I thought was funny. My wife was not amused by that. But I had this really moment when I realized wow, he is going to grow up in a very different world than we grew up in, like a really different world. And if we fast forward to now where he's entered into grade 1 and I see his school environment, it is fundamentally different from my school environment. He does not sit at a desk in a row. I mean, it looks like Google. They're collaborating and I don't know what they're doing, but it's crazy. And if I look around this room and I see the general age of all of us, you guys will work in a very different environment now because of the exponential growth and development of this inflection point where technology has removed technology from technology, right? This is not going to change. We're not going to suddenly see a spike back where people are like, you know what, I want to have a PC computer. We're seeing the total opposite. And we're actually seeing the tablet even somewhat stall a little bit as newer technologies come in, like wearables and stuff like that. But the true growth that we're actually seeing is towards obviously this mobile world. We live right now, all of us right now, we live in what's considered the post-PC era. This is it, you're in it. You're living in what's called the post-web browser era. You are living in this right now. These changes have already happened, they're real. I used to always say that it's amazing to have my laptop or my computer, and my phone is such an amazing accessory for that because I can get my email and see Facebook and stuff. And this year it completely flipped. That suddenly the primary driver of functionality and work that we do is actually driven by the mobile device, and that our PC has been relegated to the accessory for the mobile device. Now, if I were to say to you, think about the US, and think about not the US in terms of New York and LA and San Francisco, but like Missouri and Knoxville and that part of the US. And how many years do you think it'll be where, let's say 50% of America doesn't have a landline? Like how many years away do you think we are from that? I'm going to think about the US really, not just those major cities. So what do you think? How many years? 10? Okay, so 5. Let's go with 5. How many people think it'll be more than 5 years? Raise your hands to where that. A couple people? How many people think it's sort of like a bit under that? You have to participate, you're just sitting here. How many people think over 5 years? How many people think like a bit under 5? Okay. Well, this year we crossed the 40% threshold. You're living in the world already, and so go back to that notion of purgatory and what purgatory means, right? It's already happened. It's already there. Do you think when your customers are sitting in the parking lot and they're looking at your website and they're like pinching because it's like sucks or they can't load something because it's Flash or whatever, they're like, hey, they must have an 18-month roadmap or it's really expensive to do mobile. They're like, it sucks. Because they're already there, right? These consumers have completely leapt forward. They're living and breathing this one-screen world. Square, you're familiar with Square? Square is co-founded by Jack Dorsey, the co-founder of Twitter. Basically, it enables and allows anybody to have a merchant account, to do transactions anywhere. We signed up my son in Quebec at Mont Saint-Bruno for skiing. And we were driving back and there was like a little farm, apples and pumpkins and hay. And we're like, oh, let's pull in, that'll be fun. And we pulled in, it's right before Thanksgiving. And there was a guy standing there who was from France. And it was weird. And he was selling like foie gras. And we tasted it, not my thing, my wife likes it. She says, but it's nice to have a little thing for Thanksgiving for the family. How much is it? He's like, oh, it's $40. I'm like, oh, $40, okay. I don't really have cash with me. He goes, that's okay, I take Square. What's going on here? Like the guy's taking Amex at a stall at the side of the road. And it's an amazing, crazy thing. But what's most powerful about this disruption, and it's not just Square that's doing it, is their vision statement. Does anyone know the vision statement for Square? They have one of the coolest vision statements ever. I would hope that every business that you're involved with has a great vision statement. This is a doozy. The Square vision statement is no more cash registers. That's his vision statement for the company, and it's so amazing, right? If you go to the Apple store to buy something with the app, and the guy's like, I'm like looking for someone in a blue shirt, I gotta buy something. The guy's like, don't you have the app? I'm like, yeah. He's like, okay, take out the app, here's the product, just scan it and you're good. I'm like, is this stealing? What do you mean, I scanned it and I can just leave? Like, what? It's crazy, right? It's totally, that's the way it is. So we've had this convergence, right, of the digital and physical and this idea of the one screen world. Now you might think, I don't know if the bald guy's right. He might be over exaggerating this because he's passionate about digital. So let me walk you through what really is happening. They wanted to put the construct of mobile out against the global population. So what you're seeing here is 0 to 7 billion, which is the population of our planet. And here from 0 to 90% penetration of all of these areas of interest. I realize it's small, I'm gonna help you out. This biggest one here, these are people in our world who have mobile subscriptions. They're closing into 6 billion. A bit under 6 billion, these are people who have electricity. And under 5, these are people who have access to safe drinking water. Now, you might be going, I can't believe that. It's unbelievable that we are currently living in this world, but that's not even the craziest part. The craziest part is this, the date. This is 2012. We're heading into 2015. Numbers aren't changing. They're going in the same direction, right? So you might go, we have consumers and they're untethered and they're hyper-connected, and I would tell you they are. But more importantly, they are converged. They are physical and digital. So when you walk out of here and you go to a commercial area, Dundas Square, Eaton Center, Where Queen, whatever it might be, and you see two people shopping or walking down the street, I want you to ask yourself this. How many people are shopping? Trick question. It's 2. It's not 2. I mean, I get to stand up here, and as you're watching me, I get to watch you. And I see a lot of you texting and having chats and sending emails. And that's okay. I'm not offended. But I'd like to know if any of those conversations that you've had felt digital and or fake. The answer is of course not. I texted my wife, I'm going on stage now, I'll be off stage soon, I love you. It would be as if I said it to her if she was sitting right next to me. As if when I'm shopping or I'm in your store and I send a message to someone, I go, can you check this out, or what do you think of this product or service? It's as real as me turning to my friend and going, do these jeans make me look fat? And so that's the reality of the world now. It's that convergence of the digital and physical that so many businesses just don't embrace and ride with. And where it leads you to is this place where you can have this amazing new brand narrative. You can tell your business story across multiple channels in very unique ways that aren't just predicated on paying for advertising. If I've done anything today, I've introduced you to a new way to think about your business. What are you going to do when you walk out of here to build direct relationships with the customer? And how are you going to do this in a way where it's not just your competitors, but understanding that everybody in the value chain is going after it as well? What are you going to do with your information? How are you going to leverage the information that you're collecting or will collect to create a better and more personalized experience for your customer so that they will be more loyal to you and give you that direct relationship? You're doing advertising communications? Great. How much of it is creating utility, value? Things that your customers use and are reminded of daily, frequently, whatever it might be. And then how are you embracing the one-screen world? Or are you still working on what's our e-commerce strategy, what's our web strategy, what's our mobile strategy, what's our social media strategy? Bad strategy. One-screen world strategy. Then what you have is a brand new narrative. And then what you become is awesome. And then when you're awesome, what you can do is you can take the book that's on your table, you can see the 5th movement, and then you can read the second half of the book, which is all about how you reboot yourself for that environment. But more importantly, what you can do is understand the tagline. Reboot your business, reboot your life, your future depends on it. It sounds scary, I didn't write it that way. I wrote it because it has never been a more exciting time to be in business than right now. Your ability to do this, to build these relationships, has never been more accessible before. I love doing events with entrepreneurs because I know on a Sunday night you're like a horse out of the gate. You can't wait to go. You're not going, oh, I can't believe it's Monday tomorrow, like all the other people, unfortunately. Right? You have that spirit because I have that spirit too. I hope the information I'm going to share with you, the information that Scott's going to share with you, and Ron, will inspire you to rethink and reboot your business because the opportunity is there and it's accessible and it's for all of you. Thanks for your time. How are you all? Good? This isn't YouTube. I'm actually here. You can interact with me. Is that you're doing well? Yeah. Okay. Good. Scott asked a really important question, and it's a question that I've been working on with brands, believe it or not, since the late 80s, when technology started becoming a much more pervasive component of what it means to grow your business. And it's been obviously percolating a lot since then. And the truth is, while my second book is called Control Alt Delete, I actually wanted to call it something else. I wanted to call it something that would be more reflective of how I think people like you, business owners, feel about what it means to actually truly connect with consumers in this day and age. So in the spirit of me being able to do what I want once I get up on stage, I'm going to change the title of my presentation. I'm going to call it This Today. I hope you're okay with that. You're familiar with what that stands for? Yeah, you are good. It stands for What the For. What did you think it stood for something else? And you'll tell me later. There are these 4 massive movements that have changed what you do forever. And the truth is that most of the businesses that you guys represent haven't even adapted to these 4 things. And that was really the catalyst that drove me to write a second book. I've been running a successful digital marketing agency, really happy growing our client base. But I felt compelled to write this book and talk about these ideas because it just seemed to be this sort of repetitious conversation that I had. And I would have these conversations. I'll do 50 to 60 speaking events every year all over the world. I do B2B, B2C. I work with brands that have small impulse buys. I work with brands that have like year-long massive procurement-based sales cycles. So the stuff that I talk about, I think, will be sort of holistically reflective of most of the businesses that you represent. And while I get up on stage and I get to blab at you and talk to you very excitedly about the changes, the truth is I get my most value out of what happens before and after the events. And that's when I get to talk with real business leaders about what it means to connect your business and your brand to consumers today. And in all of those journeys and all of the years, I've had a uniform answer when I ask people that question. And most entrepreneurs and business leaders and senior marketing people tell me that they feel like they're in hell, which is a really scary thing to hear when you're in business. And I kept hearing that. I feel like I'm in hell. Why do you feel like you're in hell? Well, the traditional ways of advertising and marketing communications don't seem to be returning the same ROI. They don't have the same resonance. They don't seem to be building the same level of loyalty. On the other side, all the stuff that you crazy bald guys who are dressed in black talk about, it seems new and unsure and uncertain, and I'm not sure where to go with it. And I kept hearing this story again and again. It led me to reflect on my career and when I felt that I was in that moment of hell. And it became very, very obvious to me. And it started actually before Twist Image. It started probably again in the early 90s. And I would sit down with businesses like the ones you all represent, and I would talk to you about the internet and what it's going to do. And I'd be waving my hands, and my hair when I had it was on fire. I'd be really passionate about it. And inevitably, you all had the same comment to me, all of you. You would lean in at the end of that meeting and say to me, "Tell me again why I need a website." Do you remember those days? That for me was hell, because I knew.
When the company was first launched, how was it financed?
It was bootstrapped, credit cards, a lot of borrowing money and from family, from my parents, and just trying to figure out how to make ends meet early on. Didn't take a salary for quite some time early on, so we financed it that way.
When you start a business in 2008, 2009, banks are not interested in loaning you money to a brand new business, if people remember. And I also remember at the time I had some equity in the home, and I remember getting letters saying, well, your line of credit is no longer open. So that was really, when you start out a business, you really have to budget your personal finances. You might have to change your lifestyle, eat some ramen noodles, so to speak. And really paved the way for the long-term success.
Yeah, my food of choice was macaroni and cheese.
Okay, great.
In the early days.
Not paying ourselves, basically just taking enough to pay our bills. When I had started, I just had a newborn. My first boy was on the way. My wife I had met in the industry. She was a recruiter. I was an account executive. My partner Vito, just putting everything back into the company.
how have you been able to finance the growth of your company?
So that's actually a very good question. We've done it on our own, but it all comes down to me. I take the hit, if you will. Instead of making the six-figure salary like I went down. A few years I was making under 50,000. Everything that we were bringing in, I was reinvesting back in the company, reinvesting in talent, reinvesting in growth. And so everything that I brought in, I reinvested right back into the company.
And what I tell them all is I'll provide you with capital to grow your business, because a lot of times business owners make decisions that are based on cash flow. In most cases, those are made out of survival and not good business decisions. So what we do is we will provide working capital to these businesses so they can make intelligent decisions. But more importantly than what we'll provide them in cash is we'll provide them in experience. We'll allow them to leverage our team because we've already been there. We've already made those mistakes. We've paid the, quote, idiot tax, and they can leverage our experience. So we've done a number of these acquisitions, and they've been very successful, taking organizations that were producing 15 to 20 deals a month, and 6 months later, producing over 100 deals a month.
So based on your experience, share with me wisdom that could benefit a fellow entrepreneur.
Number one, do something that you love. Don't do something because you see there's a market for it. That might be a good strategy, but at one point, when you go through that time where, that you're going to be successful in a couple years, but you have to go through that miserable time of not getting the reward right away. Sure. Doing what you love will help you go through that time, because it won't feel like you're doing something for a reward. You're doing it because it makes you happy, because it nourishes you.
What I think a lot of entrepreneurs, especially in technology, we get focused on the technology. We get focused on the problem that we're trying to solve. And we don't learn or study enough of the sales and marketing process. And really it's the sales and marketing process that propelled our growth as a company, that got us onto the Inc. list. So I would go back in time and I would focus very much on those sales and marketing decisions that I sort of neglected early on. That's probably what I would do.
And don't be afraid to take people's ideas, not steal, just take. And tell them you're taking it. Like, great idea, good, I'm using it. So I do that all the time.
A lot of times entrepreneurship is about finding something completely new, right? Something that hasn't been done before. Well, I think there's tremendous value, and in some ways more value, is doing something that's needed, that isn't easy to do, and doing it better than everybody else. And that's what we've achieved at Sales Roads. So capital doesn't make the difference often. So there's some companies that does. It's the people, and it's the strategy, and it's taking each step carefully and doing it well that I think makes the difference.
Think long term. And that's something has given me a very different vision, perspective of business, that no short-term goals can be achieved in a short period of time. As the Romans say, Rome was not built in a day. Long-term is something that each entrepreneur needs to think. Do not look or do not seek kind of rewards in a day or two or three. It takes time to grow the business. Think long term.
How were assumptions tested early on?
Spend a lot of time speaking with customers, prospective customers. I'm a big believer that you need to get outside of the office. You need to talk to the people that pay the bills, the customers, sure, and find out what's going to sell, what makes sense. And so we did a lot of that early on.
When you launched or were preparing to launch your business, did you prepare a detailed business plan, or did you wing it?
No, absolutely. There was a very specific plan. At one point, we were speaking with everything from incubator programs to angel financiers to private equity firms and venture capitalists. And my background in recruiting had been with private equity groups, so I had a lot of connections on that side. So at first, we were really thinking, hey, let's go to market with something grand, $10 million raise, $14 million raise, and we decided that a bootstrapped organization gave us a lot more control. We were able to really control not only the type of technology we use, but our own processes, our own programs. And in doing that, we built a business plan that we could actually automate the process to the tune of better margins. So it gave us a pricing advantage to go to the market as well. So it really has helped us be wildly successful.
I went to the Wharton School of Business, and they really have a great program that fosters entrepreneurship, wants to develop entrepreneurs. And within the first month, I heard about the business plan competition. And so I had always wanted to go, start my own company, become an entrepreneur. And I thought, what a great way to take the first step by entering the business plan competition. So I entered the business plan competition, and through the process of applying and being part of the business plan competition, I developed my business plan.
The same one you launched?
The same one I launched, yes.
That is magnificent.
So,
when you hear the words trust and respect, what does that mean to you?
It means a lot. As a leader of my business, I want all of our entire team to trust and respect me. So I take that with pride, and everything I do, everything I say, I live up to those words and live by them. We've got an amazing reputation, not only our family in general, the business, and there's a lot of, I take pride in that for the trust and respect, and to be able to live by those words is pretty powerful.
In terms of respect, respect is earned. My mother has taught me that to respect what you give to others, they'll give you back. And it is a very important part of my life to respect the elders, respect the employees, respect the families, respect the clients.
I think it's super important. Trust and respect it's a foundation that I live by. I think they're probably the most two attributable qualities you could have. Being honest with people and respecting others, treating them how you would like to be treated. I feel as though that's a big part of my recipe for my success, both with my business and my personal endeavors.
Trust, I think, has the meaning to depend on someone or something. You have to count on them. I think that's the simplest way to break it down. You can't depend on that person, you can't trust them. Respect, there's an order of things, and I think most of us, for the most part, are raised knowing what the right or wrong thing to do is, and as long as you try to do your best to follow it, you're not going to follow it every time, but as long as you do your best to follow that path of respect, you will. I think you got to go with your gut. Most people, like I said, know the difference between right or wrong.
In your opinion, yourself included, are entrepreneurs born or are they made?
Great question. I would say that they're born, for sure. It's just in them. But I also think that they could take it to the next level with hard work, determination, and just the will and the want to get to where they want to be.
I think they're made. I think your upbringing, I think your maybe what you've seen growing up might impact your entrepreneurial abilities, but I don't think you're born. I think you're made.
Do you think entrepreneurs are born or are they made?
I think there's aspects that could be made, for sure, and there's aspects that are innate, like in every athlete or every different profession. I'm a big believer in learning, and I think the key is in everything is really the effort. It's all about can you make the effort? There's a famous saying, philosophical saying, I cannot teach anybody anything. I could only make them think. So if you're not going to put the effort into becoming a great entrepreneur and becoming a great athlete or becoming whatever you want to become, it's not going to happen. So it's really a matter in the degree of effort.
In your opinion, are entrepreneurs born or are they made?
I think entrepreneurs are made, but they have to have specific characteristics as human beings. I think those same characteristics are evident in many of our leaders, whether it's in religion or politics, or sports organizations or whatever. I think you need to be a leader to be an entrepreneur. You have to take risk. You have to have values and ethics and that drive to never give up. I mean, how many people do we know failed in their first business or second business or third business and never give up? And it's like that in our personal lives. Things go up, things go down. I've had my own ups and downs that brought me back into this business, or into this business, not back into this business. So I think you need to have those core values and that desire never to give up and keep going. I think that's what makes a real entrepreneur, that drive.
In your opinion, are entrepreneurs born or are they made?
I think you have to be born. This is something that you're born with. A lot of people, and I talk to a lot of people that or friends or acquaintances that say, "Oh, I'm getting my MBA and I'm taking the entrepreneurship route," and I'm like, "What do they teach you there?" Because and then you have all this again, and going back to the difference between academia and actual action. So that's why I go back to you can learn certain skills, but you have to be born with that desire. And you have to also be a little crazy to tolerate the ups and downs of running a business. Because that true entrepreneur is the one that is, from day one willing to bet their house on the business because you believe so much in the idea. So I believe you have to be born with these ideas.
I think that you probably have to have, besides a slight screw loose, to be an entrepreneur. You probably had some inkling of it from the time you were really young. So when I took my dad's lawnmower and started mowing lawns when I was 10 and built the business model around him paying for the gas and me collecting the money, I think that was probably an early sign that I probably had some entrepreneurial spirit. From what I've seen from entrepreneurs that I know, it seems to be something that was kind of built into their core for a long time.
I think it's a little bit of both, candidly. I think entrepreneurial zeal is something that's inherent in someone's DNA. They yearn for more. They want to succeed. No is not acceptable. I don't think it's a person's resources. Some people are born with tremendous resources, and some have none, and they'll succeed in spite of that. So I think it's a little bit of both. I think inherent in your DNA is this desire to succeed, to want more, to achieve, to prove doubters wrong. I think that's a major quality. But then at some point, I think they're also made in the sense that they need other like-minded entrepreneurs to feed off of. As we run the training for our staff, we talk about the power of anticipation. And we say, I had a humble experience of playing a shoot-'em-up game with my nephew. And he told me he'd go first, right? And so 45 minutes later, I'm waiting for my turn. And I died in 2 minutes. And so I didn't know there was a guy up on the rafter behind the door. And the reality of it, he knew that. And because he knew that, he could be much more successful completing the levels and moving forward. And I tell my staff the same thing. And to that point, I think entrepreneurs are made because they're able to learn that anticipation, learn what happens next.
What one word describes you as an entrepreneur?
Persistent.
Crazy.
What do you mean by that?
I think outside the box. I don't always do everything as other entrepreneurs do in a conventional way. Sometimes I make wild decisions, quick decisions, and you got to be quick. And some of those decisions obviously have been very, very successful. Just different, I guess, different/crazy.
Passionate?
Passion. Tireless. I come up with a lot of words. Scared. I don't come from a very lucrative background. From New York, from the Bronx, moved down here with my dad in '84 and my sister. I've had a lot of financial success over the last couple of decades, and I fear failure.
Optimistic.
Hungry.
Determined.
I'd like to think myself as an innovator. Our business and our industry is extremely competitive. There's thousands of companies like mine. Everybody's a ticket broker these days. If you have a season tickets with you know, your Miami Dolphins. Everybody's selling a ticket. StubHub's legitimized our industry, and everybody's a ticket broker. But unlike our competitors, we have been able to establish this unique product line where we don't have any competition.
So when it comes to managing our associates, one of our criteria is, you know, we manage them from not just a professional level, but a personal level as well, and understanding, you know, the challenges of life, you know, whether it be family time, whether it be, you know, training, whether it be that they need to take care of themselves to make themselves happy.
Our HR department is interviewing nonstop every day. We're just continuously looking for people, because it's hard to find people who not just can do this work, but love doing this work, because people aren't going to be great and aren't going to do great things unless they love it. So our HR department is continuously looking for people who love and excel at this, and it's not easy to do it. And that's why a lot of organizations that don't focus on this or don't invest in the way that they need to do it have difficulty doing it well. And second is developing the processes and iterating the processes. Things are changing. The internet has been an obvious game changer in so many regards, but business to business sales, things are change every month in the tools that you can use to engage with prospects and learn about them, find ways for them to tell you and offer up information about them. And if you're not incorporating those types of strategies, it's very difficult to succeed.
We have a great responsibility. When you own a business that has any employee, let alone 50 employees to 1,000 employees, you control whether they eat ramen noodles or they eat steak, right? Oldest analogy in the world. And I want my people to eat steak. So I make sure that before I do make any decisions or do anything that could affect their ability to have a good life, I figure out the different sort of outcomes, and I've been able to really apply that across all the different clients that I've had.
Interesting. Briefly, what is the boldest move you've ever made in your professional life?
Starting a company on my own.
If you have, if you're looking for guidance or mentoring, or you want to problem solve or brainstorm, where do you go now to accomplish that?
Well, my form has been fantastic. So I'm in EO, it's been a year, and the guys I'm with are great. And I have had the opportunity to put some of the challenges on the table, and some of the experience sharing has been just spot on. And it's comforting at times to know that people out there are in similar positions as you are, or as I am.
What habits would you say helped you to attribute your success?
Mm-hmm. I think one of the biggest things is you can never be satisfied. You know, especially if you're in the online space, there's always somebody else that's trying to copy your idea the next day. So, you know, you cannot just sit back and relax and just, even though, you know, second year in a row for us in the Inc. 5000 list and things are great, you always have to be looking at the next idea and stay up front in innovation. I think innovation is key to any business.
What habits?
What habits?
What habits? Planning. All right, so I like to plan my day the night before so I actually know what I'm going to do, what's critical.
Mm-hmm.
Another habit I've learned only the last couple of years is being able to say no more often and making sure I'm working on the parts of the job that's the best use of my time, making sure that I have team members that can handle the stuff that I should not be handling, and saying no. So being much more focused on what's important, I think, has been a developed skill rather than just saying yes to a lot of things.
As an entrepreneur, and actually I think I'd say in every aspect of my life, one word: obsession. So if you're going to do something, obsess about it. I don't think you could become a founder or a CEO of a business, or in my case, want to create an iconic brand, if your mind stops thinking about that. Some of my best ideas have come from reading Scientific American magazine and something completely unrelated that I say, wait a sec, could that be applied towards? So if you know, there's a famous saying, to the hammer, everything looks like a nail. So if you're really in hammer mode, and you take in everything that you see around you to what you do, you'll come up with just amazing ideas.
And travel, to me, it excites people, and it just changes the world, really. I mean, when you go on a cruise, or you're outside of your element and you're going to a new destination and you're learning and you're expanding your mind and seeing what else is out there in the world, I mean, you kind of realize that there's so much out there and there's so many things to see and do and experience. And, you know, to me, when people look back on their life, they don't look at that they worked harder, or that they, you know, they look at their vacations or their relationships and wish they had more time with their family or their friends, or more time experiencing the world and things like that. So it would have to be something along those lines.
So as a leader, how do you make a mark in your business or even in your community?
In my community, I think it's important for entrepreneurs to really get involved in their community. I mean, I sit on the board of the Friendship Circle, which is for special needs children. And I think entrepreneurs usually have a lot of contacts, and they have people in the community, and people respect entrepreneurs, and they want to help entrepreneurs. So I think we have a very big responsibility to really get out there and do whatever we can in the community.
Share with me one of your coolest experiences you've ever done, either personally or professionally.
I think one of the coolest things I ever did was in a previous life when I worked with the government. I got to brief President George W. Bush on some issues, and in that room, you know, we had the National Security Advisor, the Secretary of State, and several others, and it was a pretty exciting moment. That was at a professional level.
I've asked this next question several times in the past. I have a sneaky suspicion your answer is going to be unique. Share with us the coolest experience you've ever had in your professional life.
I remember my first cruise and looking over the ship, and we're in the middle of the ocean, and yeah, it was pretty emotional. It was pretty awesome. And just looking at, I think we had 2,000 people on that cruise, and just being like, wow, this is my cruise ship for these 3 or 4 days, or 3 days I think it was. And we had all these big artists on there, and everyone was just having the time of their life.
This past summer, I got to go to San Antonio for the NBA Finals to see the Heat Spurs game, and I sat courtside with my feet on the wood for a game in which the Heat won, and I actually got to high-five LeBron James on my way into the seats, and I think that was probably the coolest experience.
I think the most exciting thing that I've done is I took all the guys that work for me down to the Keys, and we chartered 2 big fishing boats, and we spent a Saturday fishing. And I think that trip we caught 102 fish.
Oh my
God. So it was like one of those things. We got back to the dock, and there was people lining up like we were celebrities, just watching us toss all the fish out onto the dock. But I think there was something like 80 some odd dolphin caught. We caught a handful of tuna. We caught a swordfish. It was one of those like miracle days, you know, that you could never ever do again. And everybody, they had fish to bring home to their families. I mean, it was a really, really cool experience.
So you're a little bit unique. You have both corporate experience and entrepreneurial experience. Do you feel as an entrepreneur that you have an advantage over corporate-owned competitors? And if so, why?
I think I do, in the sense that I'll give you an example. When we were raising funds, one of the things that people would point out on a very regular basis, so we're nobody, we're just starting, and people would say, you know, Phillips is going to crush you. They have resources beyond your imagination, and there's no way you can compete. And it really reminds me of the David and Goliath story. But having been Goliath before, I could, with a straight face, tell them they can't move fast enough. They think they know what they want to do, but there'll be 7 subcommittees trying to decide how they move forward. We can do this, and we can beat them. And we knew, frankly, that specific company was working on a solution, but we knew that we could operate under the radar much more quickly than they can execute, and we did. And I think that's an advantage, knowing how those corporations work on the inside. It makes you less afraid of them in some ways.
You had the power to reverse any decision you made. What would you change?
Wow. I think one thing I would change is not trying to do so many other things aside of the liquidation right off the bat. You see, when I began the business, I did well when it comes down to search engine optimization, and I was growing very fast and I was excited. And then I took off and built other businesses, little businesses that were generating some income out of the search engine optimization, affiliate programs. And after a while, since I saw it wasn't consistent as the liquidation, since the liquidation gives you the opportunity to grow for a multi-million-dollar business very fast, I decided to shut it off. And I think that that period of time, that it took me a while to understand that I need to go and make sure I dominate the market in that industry before I can put my head into another business. That particular point in time was slowing me down, and if I had to make a decision, would have been that particular move, and wasting time and money into the wrong verticals.
That's a tough one. Let me think about that one for a second. I mean, I think that one of the things as an entrepreneur is that you learn a lot from your mistakes, a lot from your mistakes. And I think, the first couple hires that we made, at the beginning, we didn't really make senior hires. We had the idea of bringing people in and training them as and that was a very, very expensive idea. I think if I was to do it over again, I would have hired senior people earlier. And the experience, we kind of overlooked that aspect of it. We thought that everybody's driven like an entrepreneur, and that's not the case. You tend to hire people like you,
right.
And sometimes that's a mistake. We needed more, organized, seasoned, experienced hires. And if we would have done that earlier, I think that would have been. I think the hiring for us was a disaster for a couple of years.
You have the unique ability, of reversing any one decision that you ever made. What would that be?
Interesting. That's a difficult question for me in the sense that I don't live a lot in regrets. I know that we've made mistakes. There are people that we've hired. There are multiple people that we've hired that wound up being disasters. So I would say some of those individuals that we provided a short-term investment for, without naming names, I would go back and say, don't hire that person. But other than that, we really, or myself, I live for the moment and look to the future. So I don't really focus on or dwell on the mistakes that I made. We've learned from those mistakes, but we just keep moving forward and try not to repeat those mistakes. Try to look for those signals that maybe, hey, remember when that happened, let's not do that again.
I can do it better, and I'm going to do it better. And I went out and started my company, and I've helped a number of companies out of bankruptcy. I've helped a lot of companies grow into Inc., Fortune, whatever different levels that they've got into, and I've helped a lot of people get job promotions because they hired me, and I made them look smart and made them look good because we did our job.
Well, at the time I started the firm, I was 25, which was a little young for being in business. And I established credibility by not taking on too much work and making sure whatever I took on, I actually delivered on. So it was a year to 2 year process to get clients to really trust you, but it was just really one step at a time, doing a good job, coming back, and then they give you more work and more work.
Andrew, assuming business is equated to a great recipe, what would be the 5 main ingredients to yield a fantastic business?
Passion, perseverance, determination, integrity, and honor.
So you're a maven in the food business.
I try.
So using food vernacular, what would you say are the 5 main ingredients that an entrepreneur needs to have a successful company?
I think Passion is probably the most important ingredient. I would say the second one is the ability to lead and the ability to explain the vision over to the people that work for them. The third would be the ability to manage, and I think leading and managing is very, very different. I think you really need both of those qualities. The fourth would be probably some type of crazy ingredient, like really being able to be out of the box and take risks and just not be the norm. And the fifth ingredient would be to have no ego and really not understand that it's not about you and it's about the company and it's about the people that work for you and it's about the customers more than anything.
And yet you're still able to compete and grow and thrive.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Why?
I think just being unique and always being in touch with our clients, which we call our clients captains. Our captains steer the ship. They help us determine what cruise lines we work with, to what artists we book, to where we go. And I think just to focus on the captains and the experience and really exceeding expectations and blowing their minds. So when people go on a wet travel cruise, it's just going to be over the top. We don't skimp on things like some of our competitors do, production-wise. And yeah, it's all about the captains and the experience. And when people come back, that's what our biggest marketing is those people telling their friends and getting their friends to come the following year and keeping them engaged and keeping them excited throughout the year to come back again. So I think that's, one of the biggest things we've been able to do that our competitors haven't.
How do you define success?
It's a very personal question. I think when you ask what is success, I don't see it necessarily only in dollars amount, how much you have and what is your net worth. I think it comes down to self-actualization. If you're feeling fulfilled with what you're doing and you feel that you accomplished something that you wanted to accomplish, that is a success.
I would say being able to, success for me is being able to, first and foremost, provide for my family.
Today, the way I define success is seeing people in my organization that have grown tremendously and knowing that I helped be part of that process, to me is the definition of success. And also helping others, whether it's charitable or mentoring others, seeing other people that are starting businesses that come for mentorship or advice. That to me is how I define success, having the opportunity to do that.
Can you give us an example of a sacrifice that has bettered your professional career?
Well, anybody in a leadership position is going to have to sacrifice. Some of that sacrifice is time. You've got to dedicate the right amount of time to achieve the goals. Some of that sacrifice is relationships, taking that time away from certain people in your life. So that's another sacrifice. So anybody in a leadership role is gonna sacrifice.
What was your average workday early on when you started compared to today?
Actually, my workday when I started the first year of the company was 18 hours a day, 7 days a week. The thought process was that was the equivalent of having to hire 3 high-priced executives that I did not have to pay for. So I was able to, during business hours, work the phones, talk to clients, and write business. And at the night hours, I was able to do my research. I was able to put together marketing plans and do all of those things. Later, as the company became more successful, and with us, we do a lot of recurring revenue, we were able each month to hire another employee. So literally, when I started, I was wearing 20 hats, and each month I could take one of those hats off and hire somebody to handle those. And now, I've got a very powerful executive team that I would put up against any team in the country, and they handle all the day-to-day. They can allow us to scale because they have vision. So the company's not limited solely to my vision and to the ideas that I can create, like surrounding myself with really the top talent that's out there.
What's the best source for you for new knowledge?
I would say EO, Entrepreneurs Organization, has helped me back in 2007/8 when I came in. As a thirst for knowledge, and the group that I'm in, the forum I'm in, and the people and the folks that I met has given me the opportunity, and I believe I was able to take a lot of those opportunities and capitalize on them through the MIT program. I try to get to as many as the workshops and other things, the learning events, try to get to those and capitalize on them as much as possible.
I think every entrepreneur has to have a thirst for education, has to have a thirst for experience, and has to have a thirst for success. And through that, you have to have that quest for knowledge. You go through life and you have your experiences and you learn from it, you learn from your mistakes, you learn from your successes, but a true entrepreneur is also going to know that everybody goes through those things, and I could really learn from a lot of other people, to surround myself with as well.
What is the primary source of your knowledge?
I think basically talking to people, either in different space, my space. I'm a fan of learning from other people's success or failures.
What is your source, your primary source of knowledge?
For me, it's probably a combination of just experience, life experience, work experience. Certainly, I read. I read financial information. I read what's going on in the stock market and so forth. I do have an MBA, so I am classically trained in business.
Sam, you are such an experienced and knowledgeable entrepreneur. Your company is going through explosive growth. I'd like to make a $1 million investment in your company. How would you deploy those funds?
Today, we're doing a lot of acquisitions, and we're doing acquisitions of smaller companies who are very similar to where we were years ago.
What is the culture in your company?
Starting with one thing you'll see in every job description, life's about the ride. We're in the people business. We put a lot of hours in. We believe that you get one shot at life, and we owe it to ourselves and our associates to make it the best possible ride out there.
Who inspires you?
Entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs who, every day are creating something from nothing.
When the company was first launched, how was it financed?
It was bootstrapped, credit cards, a lot of borrowing money and from family, from my parents, and just trying to figure out how to make ends meet early on. Didn't take a salary for quite some time early on, so we financed it that way.
When you start a business in 2008, 2009, banks are not interested in loaning you money to a brand new business, if people remember. And I also remember at the time I had some equity in the home, and I remember getting letters saying, well, your line of credit is no longer open. So that was really, when you start out a business, you really have to budget your personal finances. You might have to change your lifestyle, eat some ramen noodles, so to speak. And really paved the way for the long-term success.
Yeah, my food of choice was macaroni and cheese.
Okay, great.
In the early days.
Not paying ourselves, basically just taking enough to pay our bills. When I had started, I just had a newborn. My first boy was on the way. My wife I had met in the industry. She was a recruiter. I was an account executive. My partner Vito, just putting everything back into the company.
how have you been able to finance the growth of your company?
So that's actually a very good question. We've done it on our own, but it all comes down to me. I take the hit, if you will. Instead of making the six-figure salary like I went down. A few years I was making under 50,000. Everything that we were bringing in, I was reinvesting back in the company, reinvesting in talent, reinvesting in growth. And so everything that I brought in, I reinvested right back into the company.
And what I tell them all is I'll provide you with capital to grow your business, because a lot of times business owners make decisions that are based on cash flow. In most cases, those are made out of survival and not good business decisions. So what we do is we will provide working capital to these businesses so they can make intelligent decisions. But more importantly than what we'll provide them in cash is we'll provide them in experience. We'll allow them to leverage our team because we've already been there. We've already made those mistakes. We've paid the, quote, idiot tax, and they can leverage our experience. So we've done a number of these acquisitions, and they've been very successful, taking organizations that were producing 15 to 20 deals a month, and 6 months later, producing over 100 deals a month.
So based on your experience, share with me wisdom that could benefit a fellow entrepreneur.
Number one, do something that you love. Don't do something because you see there's a market for it. That might be a good strategy, but at one point, when you go through that time where, that you're going to be successful in a couple years, but you have to go through that miserable time of not getting the reward right away, doing what you love will help you go through that time, because it won't feel like you're doing something for a reward. You're doing it because it makes you happy, because it nourishes you.
What I think a lot of entrepreneurs, especially in technology, we get focused on the technology. We get focused on the problem that we're trying to solve. And we don't learn or study enough of the sales and marketing process. And really, it's the sales and marketing process that propelled our growth as a company, that got us onto the Inc. list. So I would go back in time and I would focus very much on those sales and marketing decisions that I sort of neglected early on. That's probably what I would do.
And don't be afraid to take people's ideas, Not steal, just take. And tell them you're taking it. Like, great idea, good, I'm using it. So I do that all the time.
A lot of times entrepreneurship is about finding something completely new, right? Something that hasn't been done before. Well, I think there's tremendous value, and in some ways more value, is doing something that's needed, that isn't easy to do, and doing it better than everybody else. And that's what we've achieved at SalesRoads. So capital doesn't make the difference often. So there's some companies that does. It's the people, and it's the strategy, and it's taking each step carefully and doing it well that I think makes the difference.
Think long term. And that's something has given me a very different vision, perspective of business, that no short-term goals can be achieved in a short period of time. As the Romans say, Rome was not built in a day. Long-term is something that each entrepreneur needs to think. Do not look or do not seek kind of rewards in a day or two or three. It takes time to grow the business. Think long term.
How were assumptions tested early on?
Spend a lot of time speaking with customers, prospective customers. I'm a big believer that you need to get outside of the office. You need to talk to the people that pay the bills, the customers, and find out what's going to sell, what makes sense. And so we did a lot of that early on.
When you launched or were preparing to launch your business, did you prepare a detailed business plan, or did you wing it?
No, absolutely. There was a very specific plan. At one point, we were speaking with everything from incubator programs to angel financiers to private equity firms and venture capitalists. And my background in recruiting had been with private equity groups, so I had a lot of connections on that side. So at first, we were really thinking, hey, let's go to market with something grand, $10 million raise, $14 million raise, and we decided that a bootstrapped organization gave us a lot more control. We were able to really control not only the type of technology we use, but our own processes, our own programs, and in doing that, we built a business plan that we could actually automate the process to the tune of better margins. So it gave us a pricing advantage to go to the market as well. So it really has helped us be wildly successful.
I went to the Wharton School of Business, and they really have a great program that fosters entrepreneurship, wants to develop entrepreneurs. And within the first month, I heard about the business plan competition. And so I had always wanted to go, start my own company, become an entrepreneur. And I thought, what a great way to take the first step by entering the business plan competition. So I entered the business plan competition, and through the process of applying and being part of the business plan competition, I developed my business plan.
The same one you launched?
The same one I launched, yes.
That is magnificent.
So,
when you hear the words trust and respect, what does that mean to you?
It means a lot. As a leader of my business, I want all of our entire team to trust and respect me. So I take that with pride, and everything I do, everything I say, I live up to those words and live by them. We've got an amazing reputation, not only our family in general, the business, and there's I take pride in that for the trust and respect, and to be able to live by those words is pretty powerful.
In terms of respect, respect is earned. My mother has taught me that to respect what you give to others, they'll give you back. And it is a very important part of my life to respect the elders, respect the employees, respect the families, respect the clients.
I think it's super important. Trust and respect it's a foundation.
瞎子走了，好像不喜欢嘛。
还好，因为男孩子我觉得很早他就经常不在家，自己的活动安排的也很多。
所以。
哇，你已经恢复了哎！
我看到他讲第一句话怎么样？
是吗？叫你不要学我说话，你不会听。
哎，你的那个服的展览会看到你的那个仿很帅呀。
帅吗？
对。
真的。
这是跟他的委托，我们会长。吗？对，有一些
做到中国最大应该就是全球最大。他是不是医生呢？身体啊，不然改天我。
今天像兽医。
你要跟我拿
兽医。
这些都是梦想做医生而发神经病的人。
看出来了。去 Starbucks 吗？
对啊。
真的吗？你要早就觉得啊，我不要。我要去 Disco。你为什么分？有没有？我那么重。豆浆奶没有啊？
哎，金城武港通哇！今天看什么情况？
那不是大喜了吗？股票。
今天应该是香港的股票会下去。
哦，根本就有。
1号、福克2号、福克3号。
小儿科对，张凯。
小儿科。你是小儿科医生啊？那你的有吗？这样的。小孩看到我也会出来。哎，这样闪着拍一个合影蛮好的。我是正常人，我就不要拍。王老师给两机上过。
我觉得手应该插袋子里。
对的。
来啊，下一个啊！
大家在。
耶！
好，
手机呢？
讨厌的。
那个刀是怎样啊？刚刚。
我的医生吗？
好，脱掉，脱掉。第一天这边。
丸子还有带那个项链的。
我们灯关一关。小沈把背后灯关一关。好。
它有激素的问题，还有椎间盘突出啊，还有很多腰肌劳损这样一些疾病，就是因为要穿这样的衣服，这样也是保护自己。整个手术条件是在一个 X 光暴露的底下进行操作，所以对医生自身的健康也是有很大的损害。这就是数字剪影的一个机器，人生的一个机器，我们叫数字剪影这样一个机器。这个机器呢，非常昂贵，因为一般的医院没有条件去做这样的设备。这样的设备大概在100万美金到1000万人民币左右。所以整个手术还有医生，还有护士，还有助手，很多一起配合来做，就是怎么样一个走向，然后在这血管里面通路上找出疾病来治。
这个是手术之前已经要做好的，还是在手术之前？
你刚才看到这些图片是手术过程中的，那天应该是录了完整的一个手术过程。这是人的2根手骨。
这个已经装进去了。
这根导管是在血管里面走，然后一直要从大腿根部一直要走到脑袋里面。
这个花掉的地方是，
这是局部的一个造影的一个结果。
花的是他给他打过胶。
打过胶的是。那天我不在，所以不能说。它有一些要求。
这个组织是一个团体，学术团体还是？
是一个企业家相互学习进步的这样一个团体，就是大家来分享自己的一个创业经验。
自己组织的。
自己组织的。
像一个沙龙一样。
它是一个比较完整的组织，跟沙龙还不太一样，它有些自己的一些EO，还有上海、华东。我们华东比较特别，是因为全球所有的组织都说英语为母语的为基准。我们这个华东呢，是因为为了吸引更多的中国本地的创业家，37个，我们华东有37个会员，所以我们最基本的交流的方式就是普通话和微信，所以这是我们用的比较多的。
那这个组织机构是这个上海，然后全国，然后在全球。
它整个一个组织呢，其实跟我们的一些行政区域划分差不多，它在美国更多一些，美国的会员更多一些。现在中国呢有北京、大连、上海、华东、华南、香港、台湾。
那你总部呢？
我们没有总部，总部就在美国，总部只有一个地方，就是美国华盛顿。那么我们都是一个区域化的这样一个相互自我学习的这样一个组织。
那这个谁组织呢？
是。
怎么可以加入这个组织呢？
他的梦想是成为全球最大的饼干企业，现在是马来西亚最大的饼干企业。然后 Alice 是我都有，因为大家各行各业可能一些经验不同嘛，大家可以相互学习和分享。Sally 是做进口食品的，Linda 是我太太，她是做那个电子仪器的。那么 Dennis 是做红酒进出口的业务的，他是台湾人。后面那位是 Karen 是做餐饮的，但是 Karen 的饭店特别有意思。Karen 的有一个饭店，曾经英国首相卡梅伦到中国访问的时候，就去他的饭店吃饭，是一个很小很精致。
在上海了。
在上海。他有3家，有一个。
建国328。
叫什么？
建国328。
这个建国328。
今天晚上请你去那边吃。
然后红俊是做定制珠宝的，红俊这次我们会，他是我们黄山人，也是本地人。Andy 是做进出口的，做一些很大宗的物流的进出口。后面是我们 Stone 是做，他是做建筑的，就是有些室内装潢比较高端的建筑装潢。糯米是我们一个会员的太太，她的先生是我们国内最大做这个家具出口的这个企业，就是板材家具。Paul 是我们台湾的，从台湾来的。Paul 是做那个无水小便斗，全球第一品牌 Falcon。它就是小便斗不用排上水管，因为小便斗就自己有一些像特殊的涂层，下面换个滤芯就可以的。他是从英国留学回来，他是做教育的，就像新东方一样做很多英语教育啊、小孩教育这种教育企业。David 是也是台湾来的 ，David 是他们家是做体育器材进出口的，他们家是我们中国国家冰球队的赞助商，他们做的冰上的运动这些器材是全球第一的。林森是香港上海人，他也是做服装进出口的，很多美国品牌的一些服装在中国的这个生产就是他来完成的。Coco 是澳大利亚回来，我们也是我们现在是我们华东的一个助理，我们就 Coco 一位助理。大概我们就是来自各行各业，因为今天还有一些会员就没有了。我们
学习不是只局限于生意，我们还有学习各种各样人生的，好像我们学习鸡尾酒是怎么调，今天主要是来学习医学方面的。
我是想通过我这个专业，我这个从事的这个工作然后对大家有什么启示或者有什么收获？如果有一点点那就最好。如果没有，那我就失败。那个等会儿。
抖音没嘞。
是不是其他问题啊？如果这个灯坏了，要么叫5人众来一下。我们还有一个投影。你叫他来一下。
我来打电话。
好。原来在华山区，我的导师是陈勇，陈勇大家知道，陈冲知道。陈冲在华山医院我待了14年，读研究生呢，硕士研究生那边读的，然后读了一个毕业以后呢，就到绿电卡洛斯卡大家知道，还有龙大学，大家搞清楚。东大学是在绿电南部，这个大学出入。那么在绿电结束以后呢，到意大利去，意大利这会是一站，然后呢到那个加拿大去，96年呢回到中国。那么这个专业呢，我是一个医生，但是我这个医生呢，刚开始是一个radiology，是一个影像学，然后后来读研究生的时候呢，我就做 CT， computer tomography CT， 也是主要是神经系统脑的，主要脑的。那在华山医院脑的这个病毒有。然后呢，到那个绿点区，绿点呢也是搞神经放射，也是到脑跟脊髓，脑跟脊髓呢我们统称为神经系统，叫 nervous system，central nervous system 然后这个在瑞典主要是磁共振MRI， 叫 magnetic resonance 然后这两个都是诊断，就是说对你这个脑跟脊髓毛病的诊断但是已经不得了了，因为 CT 大家都知道，这个 CT Hansfield 就是发明这个 CT 拿了诺贝尔奖然后这个磁共振也是发明这个磁共振的也是拿了诺贝尔奖不止一个所以这两个诊断呢，应该说在放射学、在影像学已经到了一个最高的 level 现在也是在这个基础上面发展，很多这个研究的结果都在这个上面出来但是呢，这个学了 CT， 学了磁共振，学了 conventional radiology 常规的放射感到还是一个诊断，还没有介入到治疗的病人这个自己的这个解决病人的这个病这个疾病，我们真正看出来这是什么病，但治疗还是要叫另外的医生去看。所以后来呢，我就转到这个神经介入，就是针剂就是治疗的这个正好那个时候神经介入呢也是一个这个转为现代，所以现在这个神经介入技术也是在这个基础上面发展，包括支架的 assistor， 包括球能的 assistor corridor 都是支架跟弹簧床所以呢，这个呢我是在意大利学的，意大利我这个导师叫斯波比他的老爸是弗朗克政权的一个弗朗克大家都知道的，西班牙那个，反正这个是有这种历史这个人很厉害现在还是一个什么米兰大学的一个医学院的院长77岁，那个时候他就学了9年以后呢回来，本来我是华山的嘛，华山因为这个材料的计划是回来美国去到6月，那个是96年开始做神经介入，这就是治疗病人那98年呢，把这个刚刚我说的这个基地系这个人给派出靠链接或者弹簧线引到中国，或者叫intravenous 或者说 endovascular 这个血管什么意思呢？你开刀50%有可能把它拉过来，也有可能没用那么你不开的话就没戏唱你要开的话是50%，现在还是这样谈话这是开刀的那这个病人在开刀的时候，这个动脉瘤破了，这个手术台这个血飙到这个天花板上去这是没办法，因为颅内这个止血的是血所以我们这个技术呢，我们也叫 micro， 这 micro 或者是 micro 的话作为传指就可以当然你用这个技术的话，这个材料一定要好跟那个是刚刚开始做神经介入，我是89年的时候，人家叫我去我不做，为什么？这个材料太差劲了像杀猪一样你这个血管堵掉就堵掉了为什么这个生命力这么旺盛？为什么吸引这么多的医生去做这个技术？为什么这么多的病人希望做这个技术的治疗？有这么多的商家开发这个材料，就这个，因为是为什么？你刚刚说是在98年，你的英文上你发表这篇文章那么这个神经介入的特点就是微创，不需要开颅，一级病人有一个上海舞蹈学校的一个演员 28岁那他是一个动脉瘤的破裂到华山医院刚开刀开刀50%那这一个要开刀，这一个50%，刚刚说了50%，他们是不太容易接受那个时候刚刚回来，然后他就到我这儿来，我们就帮他做了一个抗完全的栓塞，就是微创治疗。那个时候还不是电解膜了，这不是 MDS， 我不知道大家知道，你知道吧 ？MDS 来，你可以开起来动脉那个是个来治疗，但是另外一个时候这个没办法开刀然后到我这儿来到这儿来以后呢，我帮他治疗好了。那个时候他钱治疗的这个钱也是借的很多，但是治得好的这后有2-3次其中一次就是他拿的来的，大家可以理解，病人拿到的东西肯定是最好的这是正宗的刚刚他拿的来就是上个礼拜每年拿的现在大概几千万嘛还可以，这无锡的。小老张，你有吧？几千万？
那是几亿的，
什么小老板？
几千万够了，几亿太多了。
他们都是几亿的，向他们学习。
我这个中文你们听得懂吗？
听得懂。
OK。然后呢，帮大家介绍一下这个非常常见的一个病为什么常见呢？因为我们做过一个工作，这个工作什么工作呢？就我们中国人。因为我是一个神经介入治疗学家，但是呢又是一个神经介入影像学家，所以呢我这个诊断也做了比较动脉瘤。这个脑动脉瘤这个名字大家记住
脑动脉瘤。
叫 annually。这个 event 呢很危险有可能就没救那么如果要救的话，要马上到医院所以脑动脉瘤破裂。不过这个中风它可以打退休所以它也是个中风瘤后来破裂以后引起中风，不破裂它没有症状，要怕就怕这个你如果不破裂有症状，我可以就发现这个病例，而且是无创当然它是一个特殊的方法我可以给大家显示一下那这个是一个破裂的动脉瘤，刚刚说的也是要插管的，插到脑内动脉不治疗就麻烦可能致命的所以这个也是看到吗？在这儿在这儿这个正常的血管，这个地方它是没有破裂，它是没有症状的破裂了以后中风出来了，中风出来我们再去做诊断做治疗那么这是一个现代神经介入影像，以前做的传统有了这个开光圈以后，那是一个现代，也就有上血管的地方，这个地方一个凸出来，这就是个动脉瘤，这个动脉瘤破裂就完了所以这是一个2次对称脑动脉瘤这个解剖的发现率多少呢？0.02%到3.6%，但是它存在一个 bias， 有什么4813例，我们叫无人体到一定的年龄范围在座的各位都可以进入进去那么发现什么呢？它的脑动脉瘤发病率多少呢？这么多，我们在座的不知道35岁以上多少，35岁以上对小于5个毫米的很多然后什么意思呢？什么概念？就小于5个毫米的动脉瘤，往往我可以针对性的进行定期的随访，看看有没有变化。如果有长大的话，那就马上要治疗；这个没有破裂就可以进行治疗，这个治疗效果就比较好。在我们全球是第一家做的，所以这篇文章发表在美国的内科年鉴上，这个我们一方面做 MRI 是无创。
李教授，那我们去做体检的时候，就要跟医生说我要做这个脑部的 MRI。
你可以到我这儿来做。
到我这儿来做。
顺便说一下，我这儿这个 MRI 做的是应该是最好的，因为北京、上海很多都到我这儿来做，而且我手里很多这些领导，包括局级以上、厅级以上、外地的。上礼拜就来了一个，他就专门就对这个 GP， 因为已经发现没有破了，他水访就到我这儿来做水访，复查、比较啊。
但是我想问一句 ，MRI 不是有事的时候才做，不是平常体检都要做 MRI 的。
No， 一般来说有问题再做，但我这儿呢就是一个高级体检那可以，它是一个选聘，不是那个叫什么那个常规的，就是有一些选择性标准都是标准的选择。如果要求
那是需要做吗？35岁以后要做？
检查一下。
我认为也需要做，做了没有你放心。如果有的话，你当然也不要太可怕，我可以办一个测试啊。
如果没有的话，如果有，
特别是那些干飞机的飞行员，我建议我跟他们说了，一定要做体检，这个体检一定要做。
飞行员他的飞行员上飞机的压力会变大。
因为压力在他这个责任担肩大，对吧？这个飞机交给他了，所以这个一定要做。所以这个是我们是一个方面。第二个方面呢，刚刚就说了，发现了那些动脉瘤，我们做这样清查。所以这是一个未破动脉瘤啊。那么这个治疗呢，刚刚说了，然后呢，他用什么呢？他用一个凝胶，但是呢可怕啊，这是脑子里面，把这个凝胶打开以后，把这个动脉瘤夹住。加的好可以，加的不好治疗。区块链治疗是怎么治疗呢？我们就用像刚刚这个电人，我们用什么呢？弹簧圈。你看，出来是弯的，挠起来了啊，就盘着这个动脉瘤，盘到把这个动脉瘤完全治愈了，最好，electro 电解膜的。但这个有一些问题呢，是这个技术跟材料在不断的发展。它本身弹簧圈也在发展，这个技术也在发展，但是再怎么样，每个技术对它的有一定的这 limitation 局限性啊，特别是在临床做的多的话，我们碰到一些所以我们就发明了一个什么东西呢？腹膜支架，就 Coris Bay 这个腹膜支架什么意思呢？把这个动脉瘤的瘤井用这堵了以后，这个动脉瘤没有。这个本来是这样，现在这样没有了，就是更容易理解，很简单，这个壳一贴，这个动脉瘤就没有了，你看这个也是，这个人是 BAI 侵犯到那个颈内动脉 ，BAI 知道吗？BAI，nasopharyngeal carcinoma，就这地方大量的逼出血。是江苏南通的，休克了，没法治疗，没办法，外科没法治疗，然后到我们这儿来，也是这个腹膜支架还没撑开，撑开以后，这个动脉瘤盖住了，这个地方埋了，这1年以后水访蛮好。这 BAI 的话，这个预后还是比较好的，你这种硬伤如果治疗好了，那就更好了啊。那这个也是。你看，这是一个正常的血管，脑里面的，这就是我们这个腹膜支架，这个也是，这个也是认识。然后我们放了一个腹膜支架，放好没了，正常了，是这个病为标志，你这个神经肌肉的水平怎么样？你这个脑动脉瘤治疗好了，你这个水平就高了。有这个意思，所以你一般来说，人家说神经肌肉治疗医生这个水平怎么样，我要看他这个技术掌握怎么样。这个技术如果掌握的好，那说明可以的， 看我们现在很多研究、很多工作都围绕这身上的指甲差不多的。这个动脉狭窄也是比较多的，因为它是造成脑的是一时间点缺血性的狭窄，特别是颈动脉狭窄也是可以的，用的比较多的啊，这个动脉瘤也是啊。所以这个我是从这个我们这个专业，这个脑动脉瘤怎么来认识，怎么来诊断，然后怎么来治疗的演绎这非常非常高，理解吗？哎，因为你随着这个情绪的波动，一下子上去，特别你发脾气的时候，那肯定增高的。为什么增高呢？这肾上腺素分泌大量的增加，肾上腺素分泌增加的话，血压一下子升高，一下子升高，这个动脉瘤点到为止。
笑得嘞，笑得嘞。你应该研究过了。
我以为去捐掉。
李教授，那你现在有把这个技术交到别的国家？
这也是全世界第一个支架带膜的可以放在颅内的这样的支架，是第一个。其实前后李教授刚才已经讲了，他们的研是从有这个设想到现在拿到中国 FDA 的证，花了10年甚至更久些，中间也做了很多病人。因为李教授刚才一些片子，我也是第一次看到，因为他已经在临床过程中已经使用在病人身上，所以这是很强的一个研制过程。
而且这个技术是比美国还厉害。
对，这个美国也没有现在。
美国没有，美国这个骨膜之间它没有啊，这是我们这很正常，这很正常啊，因为作为一个医生来说啊，你看病人是你的职责的这个范围之内，看好一个病人，那这个就没有问题了啊。所以你看的多了以后呢，哎，这种病人怎么弄啊？刚刚有人什么开了一个会，认为这个级别太高了，可以高到中级别去。我说这个人的脑子里太复杂了，就是这个意思。所以这个人对这个人的生理医生，顺便说一下，医生还是一个比较怎么说呢？在中国来说，还是不是非常很多人都喜欢的职业，不是啊，因为中国这个医疗条件、医疗环境相对比较差，在全球，在美国我听下来也不是，为什么呢？因为美国这个医生这个钱是赚得多的啊，但赚得多了以后呢，交税也交得多，然后呢，他的压力也大啊，他在休假这一年只有几天2个礼拜，成天都忙忙碌碌的啊，所以这个医生写了越来越多，不太喜欢做啊。那么到最后啊，要想做医生的，那就是你 interest， 你感兴趣做的，那就是实际上每个行业都是这样，对吧？喜欢做的话，我就喜欢做啊，不像是好像我要赚大钱啊，或者养家糊口啊，这个不存在这个问题。将来这一类选择就是有 interest， 有兴趣，有了兴趣呢就做得好啊。我对这个支架为什么？
可惜我不是医生了。
OK， 看看大家有什么问题吧。因为经受了几个团体，其中一个团体就是上海文光集团的70几个人，初级以上的干部都做了一些，大概发现了几个，大概70几个人发现了4、5个，但不大，小的问题不大。啊，你们这个团队来的话，当然欢迎了，我可以作为一个550个。啊？我们这是
这也太不是，不要打字。
要过一段时间，
都准一下。
会经常1年做1次还是3、4年？
我建议你做了1次，如果没有的话，那你大部放心了，5年再做1次也可以。那可以啊，在MI应该说你在上海，我们这儿也比较。
习大大的那个邀请在跟习大大这边也做了很多的沟通，也讲了他们未来我们强生公司未来可能很多年在中国的一个EO 组织，我们每个企业家，我觉得是说有个非常相通的地方，就是我觉得不管每个企业，大家在为整个社会做出自己的那个贡献，创造自己的价值的同时，
现在强生的整个业务呢，我们大概是分成这样3大块。是这个制药，那大家可以看到，就是在中国的这个西安杨森，然后这个强生制药这个公司，我们都是做这个药品的。然后在一大类呢，我们这个医疗设备及诊断，就是今天我们看到的这个手术的这一部分呢，那就是在这一板块里面。那么在这一板块，我们现在是位居在全球最大的这个医疗器材及诊断公司，是全球的老大。那么另外一大板块消费品，消费品可能大家都比较熟悉的，平时的这些婴儿用品女性的卫生用品还有包括成人每个员工对于这个认同度到底是在哪有多少，然后他在细化到每一个人的行为规范里头，大家的这个行为准则里头跟这个是不是符合？那然后再会看每一个region、每一个 country， 甚至到每一个事业部，你们的这个达到的分数是多少？然后是有哪些地方是可以再进一步做提升的？然后最后落实到一个行为的一个，就这种感觉。但是呢，很奇怪的是，我进入强生，我非常惊讶的是，就是说这个 Credo 它其实已经是非常深入在每一个员工、每一个管理层的血液当中了。大家刚才看到的这张 slide， 其实我们的这个管理层出来讲报告，它不是以这个 Credo 开始，就是以 Credo 结尾，讲是这样做。那所以我觉得就是说，一个公司而言，那有的人说人性本恶嘛，人本身就是说我生下来我的消费品面临的就是普通大众的消费者。那因为这些产品时时刻刻都是关系到每一个人日常生活，所以质量安全这个不用多说，这肯定是第一位的，包括原材料的选择上。那么像我们这做医疗器材这方面，那我们的客户，在中国有很多的地方就是它的这个经济相对来讲不太发达，然后呢有很多在全球用的一些就是医疗器材拿到中国以后呢，这个老百姓的这个负担非常重。那么像一些大的灾害性面前，由公司去牵头去做一些捐赠。那么另外一个呢，就是可能是由公司牵头做的一些公益活动，我们每年都有大概有20-30个项目同时在进行之中。那第二个层面也是非常重要的，就是强生也是强生特有的一个文化，就是我们有自己的员工志愿者协会，通过这个志愿者协会在推动的很多的一些公益的项目。那么因为我们的一个医疗背景所以说我们也相信，基于自己这样一个特长，能够给公众带来更多的一些这个公益的一些项目，比如说像我们对一些乡村医生的一些这个培训西部医疗系统的一些支教活动这些都是帮助当地项目越来越认同，对于公司也越来越认同，而且自己的归属感非常强。那么我觉得其实强生正是通过各种不同的这一类型的这些公益活动，带动员工去做善事，然后带动员工去怎么说呢，自己的心灵得到。
那么我们也可以邀请一些被治疗好的小孩来参加我们每年的 annual dinner， 所以我们的 EO baby， 这样的话也对我们整个 EO 是一个很大的促进。我觉得这是今天请强生的一个原因。我们能不能和他们的一些公益活动结合在一起，教育我们自己，教育我们的下一代和我们的员工。
对，其实我觉得大家如果说有兴趣的话，我也可以。当时我们在这个 mission 上，我大概挑了几张照片给大家看看。关爱股东放在第4条呢，其实这也很自然，就是说，如果说我们关爱到客户了，关爱到员工了，关爱到社会了，那自然越来越有一个持续的发展，也能够为消费者为这个顾客带来更多的一个价值。那么这个就是我今天的一个给大家做的一个分享。那我希望大家如果说有什么问题，我们也可以有些交流。
计划赶不上变化，但是呢，我还是刚才李教授讲的是一些动脉瘤的一些发病容易发病面强生们讲了一下企业的一些文化， 我呢没什么好多讲的，我能讲的，我自己拿得出手的，就是我的这一双手。我呢就是看一看我们做这个，就是有一个直观的概念，就是这个动脉瘤到底是怎么做的，就是我们用哪些步骤来保障，排除病人的一些危险，放哪，然后再影像各式各样的在操作的一个过程。这个呢，接下去放给你们看的呢，是一个我们在术者在屏幕上看到的，我们都录下来了给你们看。这个地方呢，就是这个开始的一个穿刺，你们可以隐隐绰绰可以看到我鼠标指的那个地方，就是一个先放置的一个鞘，你看穿刺以后放了鞘了，然后呢，这是一个动态的一个造影，这里也有根管子，从诊断开始，这是一个三维的，学的是我们在整个操作过程当中。这个病人呢，像这样的一个动脉瘤要进行治疗，兴许要用到多种技术，其中一种技术呢，就是需要用支架来辅助。这个呢，就是我们诊断一个过程。这是一个过程，在做动脉瘤之前，我们要有一根导丝放到远端，然后进行那个等会儿可以放置支架的时候就派上用处。好，整根导丝可以放到那么，那这是一个过程。一个金属的东西，导丝有可能被捅破了动脉瘤啊，或这样那样的情况，所以很精巧、很精巧的一个手术。
那最终会把导丝拉出来吗？
导丝要拉出来的，导丝只不过是一个引路，然后最主要的就是我们现在的那个弹簧圈要把那个动脉瘤给它堵上，这是做的一个过程。
郭百强这公司同事带了几个样品，大家看一下，这有多么。
那这是一个步骤，在整个过程，我节约一点时间，这个。一个不停的，刚才只不过填了一个，填了2个，但是这个呢就是快要填的差不多了。这个病人估计10几个这样的一个动脉瘤大，小的兴许一个圈就能解决了，大的可能圈就要大。所以我们李教授发明的那个带膜支架，也是为了解决这个问题。有些病人这么大一个动脉瘤，你填了一个，他们说好听点的开辆奥迪进去。你要好，你难听点，你开多少那个车请进去也是这样。但是呢，另外一个不是说钱多了放了就能解决问题，有这么大一块东西，这么大一个铁疙瘩在脑子里面，还是有问题的。所以材料还在发展，现有的能解决一部分问题，但解决不了所有问题。就是李教授发明的那个带膜支架，
血液形成一个酸块，就是血栓酸块，所以它们两个起的是不同作用，一个是支撑作用，一个是填塞的作用。而这个弹簧圈呢，大多是用白金丝来做，就留在里面。
所以啊，医生有的时候就是怎么说呢？我们医生有的时候，我刚才还来的时候，你们没到的时候，跟他们聊的时候啊，也在想，医生只出血，2个领先死1个。
他出血的有影响到什么？就是
毛病，中风这个诊断，确实就是脑子的一个急性病变，称之为中风，有缺血，有出血。其中缺血呢，就脑梗塞，就是出血呢就是蛛网膜下腔出血，也是急性脑中风里面的一个重要的一个组成部分。还有一些的基底节血肿，比如说我们称之为的脑溢血，各式各样的一个情况。还有其他一些疾病引起的脑子出血，不一样。我们讲的就是这个毛病。这个毛病呢，怎么说呢？你只要重视了，诊断明确了，李主任刚才那么多的讲，就是说这样的一个毛病，先如何把它在发病前给它找出来，然后呢，找出来了以后，这样的一个毛病，而且是这么脑中风里面这样一个疾病，如果你用心去治疗的话，它的后期效果是最好的。社会效果跟那个都不一样，而且这种疾病发生都是那些40、50岁、50、60岁的这样一个年纪，对社会高贡献，对家庭也是高贡献的那样一个病。如果有这么一个病人发病的话，家里面不会太平。 所以治疗好了，对社会、对那个家庭都是一个非常好的一个效果。
病人没给他机会，没有机会，所以因为顾教授做了很多这样病人，其实他有很多的资料都来跟我们分享。但今天对大家来说是一个学习，是一个普及嘛，所以我希望大家能够通过这个学习，知道这个医生素质非常非常不容易。我们也可以把支架，我一直跟大家说，我可以把支架送给大家，大家如果自己能装上去的话。
顾教授，那个现在一年普遍上有做多少个手术？
这样的一个手术呢，应该来说让我来统计，我没法去统计的，为什么？我只不过是一个范围，全球统计，那个数据，我倒是真不是很清楚。兴许他们那个公司。
比如说你这边，
我这边在我们这里面呢，就是我呢，就是在我们这个中心里面，大概做这样的动脉晶晶做的这个100多台，就是单纯是做瘤的，还有其他毛病，脑神经介入还有其他毛病，加起来个200例左右。然后呢，还有一些就是周边的一些医院，总共我这样子，我差不多就是单做动脉瘤，差不多大概也就是200例左右，每年要做100-200例。
还有些地方，
血压高、动脉硬化，还有他这个年龄嘛，我也看到11、12岁的也有，他是先天发育血管壁发育不全产生的，但通常情况下呢，跟动脉硬化有关。当然了，在30、40岁以后，这种病就开始逐步多了，跟动脉瘤这个动脉硬化有关。当然了，现在的完全明确的这个因素，只不过是这些有关。具体什么情况，还有一些跟解剖有关，跟这样那样的居住的角度有关，真不好说。当然了，高医基本上没症状。怎么说呢？应该说动脉瘤就是我刚才说的是一个良性病变，但是它有一个恶性行为，就是怎么说呢？像这样的动脉瘤不出血，很多病人没症状。当然了，有些特殊部位的，它会有头晕或者是偶发的一些头痛，或者有些病人这个。长期这个偏头痛，吃药也会好，怎么样的，就是说，不是说很特殊的那些以前来了没了也就没了，又没 CT 又没磁共振，到底是怎么没了都不知道，除非你尸体解剖，中国人不可能有尸体解剖，对吧？所以呢，基本上都是窝在那里没了。但是呢，现在对这个毛病认识的透彻以后，检查包括我们李教授就是专心的去搞这个无创的一个检查。动脉瘤的检查就查出来，导丝要放回去，那么细的血管导丝放过去，这个时候对医生来说是一个考虑，说少许跳一下出血了，麻烦。第二个10几个弹簧圈填一层结束，20分钟结束，整个过程很简单的就结束。所以呢，这个技术的发展对医生来说，对什么还是有非常大的一个帮助。
那顾教授，既然这个
但是那个支架也有它的局限性，
也有局限性，
就是有的是
因为为什么？就是我刚才跟你说了，我说这个病人用腹膜支架能解决问题，但不是所有的病人都能解决。为什么呢？这个部位我们旁边的血管没影响。如果这个动脉瘤长在这里的话，这么大小的一个动脉瘤长在这里的话，就比如说我说长在这里，你看这些血管也很直，腹膜支架可以用吗？如果单纯做一个治疗，用一个腹膜支架这里一贴，这个动脉瘤也没了，但是不能贴，为什么？这里有很多你看不到的细小血管在这里，腹膜支架你盖上这里了，上面就没了，上面没了怎么了？血管没了，脑子血管没了，怎么做都没办法了。但是呢，现在人如果不出血的话，他还是好的一个，但是一直逼出血的话，要没命的，用其他方法也解决不了，就贴了一个小小的支架，什么事情都解决。
不是顾教授，我的问题是，比如说我今天真的有一个瘤，我去台湾医治，他的医院不可能用这种方法帮我医，只有来到中国才能够用这个
腹膜支架的方法，不是微创，台湾应该也有微创的治疗的，也有。我就是说，我刚才想就是这个，如果腹膜支架的话，应该说国外应该还没有到，就是用李教授发明的那个应该还没有。
现在。
在运作，
所以市场上
我们要知道，现在是这样，因为上海还不能买，因为上海呢
到的状况都是用这样子的手术方
是弹簧圈。
对，不是，就是弹簧圈加支架的那个手术方法。
是目前普遍上。
普遍，就是国外跟这个基本上都是同步的，基本上那个理念也好，使用的材质也好，使用的材料也好，基本上都是同步的。就是说你比如说你这个如果说是用腹膜支架，兴许国外还没有，就是有颅内的适合颅内的腹膜支架，国外还没有。但是其他的方法你不选择用那个其他的都可以。
就说如果用支架和弹簧圈，像强生公司国家科技进步2等奖，国家科技进步2等奖是很大的一个奖项。
问一个比较简单的问题，客观来说，是去台湾治这个病好，还是在大陆治好？
这个话我呢确实呢，按照我自己来感觉到还是有点那个的，但是呢有的时候不能这么说，就是按我来说是有点小缺陷或什么情况，不是说香港医生水平比我臭，不是这么说法，因为为什么呢？有的时候又是另外一个理念，就怎么说？
好，买这么远。
等等啊，
刚
才这个片子。
有深度会影响。那你比方说我们平时做肠镜和胃镜的时候，有时候我们跟医生说我要做局麻，那他为什么都是说整体要麻醉？
很多人都在问我这句话，怎么又要全麻了？是不是麻了全麻了对身体伤害很大，对脑子的影响会很大，记忆力会衰减。但是呢，有一句话就怎么说呢？第一点，这种情况你不用去多考虑。你说啊，是药3分毒肯定会有影响，多多少少会有影响。到底影响到底有多大，真不好评判。另外一个，你必须上全麻，全麻这个过程现在的包括也在发展。以前拿个乙醚，这样熏闷，这种弄完了以后，病人很难受，然后就是即使醒过来以后也很难受。但是现在呢，很多的麻药，各式各样的那个过程都是很安全、很有效的这样的一个过程，都是也是逐步在发展到可控。另外一个呢，就是现在的那个治疗要求，病人对治疗的要求，一个是没有感受，就是整个过程当中。
会长，这个。
非常感谢顾教授今天跟我们这么深切、这么零距离的这个交流，真的太感谢。
OK 好嘞。
来一下，我们帮你减压一下。
航空圈的时候，它就像一根面条一样，其实是2维的。但是后来手术发现，就是需要很多3维的这样的一个弹簧圈，能够很好的把这个动脉瘤给通过弹簧圈进行塑形。所以说后来就出现了3维的弹簧圈。3维和2维它各有各的自己的用途。哦，这就出来了。这就能够看到，对。
这么小。
它就能够形成一个 N 边形的一个球状。这个直径呢是与动脉瘤的大小相关。如果说动脉瘤大小，这个伸回去。
哇，我看到你的那个在拉力。
不能是3厘米。
我可以摸吗？
你手不要碰我的手。
你要附身吗？
顶端的时候有一个解脱点，把它完全释放了之后，按一下这个体外的一个解脱装置，这
是只有这样一个圈，所以如果要40个圈，要穿40根管子。
每一次的话，那这个释放完了之后，这要抽出来，再送进去一个新的。
就它一根管子前面只带了这么一个圈。
一个圈，要看圈大小。
一根管子一个圈，所以刚才就是一个奥迪就是要40个圈。
下面一堂课要3遍。因为不管食堂可能菜要没了，大家体验不了。我们现在赶紧跟顾教授拍照片，拍照片。
够了吗？
可以了。
反光嘛，差不多。我的人说一起。够了。2、3，大家再活泼一点啊！来，1、
好，快，还有手机。
手机要去。谢谢顾教授，
我觉得很早他就经常不在家，自己的活动安排的也很多。
所以